Chapter 175. After returning to the floating peak where they were resting, Lone Moon pulled Xining and Yi Qing into the house. His expression was more serious than ever. About that green. Huiling, what do you think? Ha! Xining faltered. What do you think? Don't you think it's strange? Lone Moon said in a low voice. She's Chen Jiyi's disciple and she came from the lower realm. Chen Jiyi's pampering of her is obviously different from ordinary disciples. Who would pamper a disciple that way? You mean? Xining blinked and said seriously, there's something going on between the two of them. Lone Moon, Qing, although his words were a little rough, but that was what he meant. Don't you think her setting is a little familiar? Lone Moon said anxiously. This is obviously the setting of the original female lead, right? Now that he said it, it did look a little similar. Isn't Xian Tong still in the sect? Yi Qing frowned. Yes, that's why I think it's strange. Lone Moon explained in a low voice. Xian Tong should be the female lead. This Huiling didn't even appear in the original novel. And I've heard that this person was brought back to the heavens beyond heaven by Qinggu 4 years ago. Xining also brought Xian Tong back at that time. And this Huiling's personality is different from the original female lead. Whether it's taking in a disciple or Chen Jiyi's attitude towards her, it's exactly the same as in the book. It's exactly the same as in the book. It's like, the female lead has changed. This made him feel that because of their interference, the plot had gone wrong and something was automatically correcting it. Because the female lead disappeared, there was a change in the female lead. You mean? Huiling replaced Xian Tong's identity. Yi Qing said. But Xian Tong was formed by a mental demon. Qinggu couldn't possibly not recognize his own clone, right? I mean, I'm not saying that Qinggu recognized the wrong person. It's possible that she's just replacing Xian Tong's character in that novel. The character who was possessed by Conan was unlucky. The more Lone Moon thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He nudged the person beside him. What do you think? Say something. I think. Xining still had that lazy look on her face. That. Salted fish, since you didn't have the chance to fall for Shorty, it's normal for you to fall for someone else. They couldn't let him stay single forever. Even if he found a prostitute, it's not strange. Don't be prejudiced against her. You just wanted to call me a little B*TCH, right? Who's the biased one here? Lone Moon frowned. You mean to say that there was no plot error correction at all? Could it be that he was thinking too much? Yes. Xining nodded. After some thought, she added, since the lower realm. She had never stopped. Yi Qing, Lone Moon, F***CK. What do you mean? Can't you say it all in one breath? Don't pant. It's Chef. She pointed at Yi Qing beside her. The two of them were dumbfounded. A moment later, Lone Moon thought of something. You mean to say, from him onwards, the plot started to correct itself? Yes. They thought about it carefully. The only two characters who appeared in the Azure world were Yi Qing and Bai Zai. Yi Qing was the last sword immortal to appear in the original novel. When he was in the lower realm, he was an itinerant cultivator. It must have been difficult for him to ascend. But because of Xining, he had a few epiphanies and his cultivation level increased very quickly. He was even on the verge of ascending. But at that time, the Azure world was still under the control of the Qing Tong immortal abode. If he wanted to ascend, there would have been a huge battle with them in the original novel. It would have been a long process. As for Bai Zai, previously, Bitao said that because he sensed traces of the divine race in the Azure world, he delayed the destruction of the world. This divine race must have been Bai Zai. Bai Zhe was sent back to the divine world by Shining. That was why they started to destroy the world. In that case, according to the setting that was not mentioned in the book, it was very likely that Bai Zhe and I Ching worked together to destroy the Qing Tong Immortal Abodes plot and then ascended to the upper realm. In other words, the plot was brought forward from the beginning. After ascending, I Ching would be Shen Ying's disciple. Before he finished his apprenticeship, he would not accept other disciples. In that case, the relationship between him and the male lead, Ning Zihen, would be severed. A male lead without ability could not be called a male lead. But they still met Ning Zihen. Not only did they get rid of the sword qi in his body, but they also helped him get rid of his mental demons, allowing him to become the celestial emperor he once was. Naturally, there was no need for him to be I Ching's disciple anymore. All of this seemed like a coincidence, but if one thought about it carefully, it did seem like they had been correcting the plot. Because of his epiphanies, I Ching ascended earlier than the plot. That was why the male lead also appeared earlier. Because I Ching did not accept the male lead as his disciple, the male lead regained his cultivation level and became a peak celestial emperor. Because Shining took away the original female lead, Hui Ling came out and became the new female lead. Everything was clearly different from the plot, but after going around in circles, it seemed like they were back in the plot. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands silently manipulating everything without anyone noticing. It was like patching up a piece. Whenever a piece was missing, another piece would be added. It was as if they were trying to complete the plot. Lone Man's heart sank. He looked at Shining beside him and asked, "When exactly did you realize this?" He was clearly the most familiar with the plot, but he did not notice it at all. Shining thought about it and said, "When the gate to the demon realm closed." That gate, wasn't it closed by the demons? Lone Moon was shocked. He had always thought that the people inside were afraid of being beaten up. That was why they decided to go all out and block the gate. Now that he thought about it, the demon realm was the last instance for the male lead and the female lead. Naturally, they could not start at the beginning. So, it was also because of the plot that the gate was closed. Was the plot really that powerful? Could it be that this is really just the world of a novel? Or was this world following the plot of that novel? Then who was the person manipulating the plot? Was it the author? The more Lone Moon thought about it, the more confused he became. He decided not to think about it anymore. Who cares? Anyway, this had nothing to do with them anymore. He could not be bothered to see the male lead and the female lead quarreling everywhere. It was fine as long as they did not provoke them. But, has Hui Ling really become the new female lead? If the female lead had really been replaced, it would be a good thing for them. After all, Xian Tong was now a member of Invincible Sect. Shining thought about it and suddenly asked, "Father Niu, what's the next plot in that novel?" "What next plot?" Lone Moon paused. Then, he understood. That's right. If he wanted to know whether Hui Ling was the substitute female lead, he just had to see if she was following the plot. The first thing that happened to the female lead after she became his disciple was, someone took her away. He vaguely remembered a scene where the male lead saved the damsel in distress. Who took her away? I forgot. It happened so long ago. I can't remember it clearly. I think it was the male lead's nemesis or something. Chu Xian. I Ching suddenly spoke. Lone Moon paused. Holy shit, that was really possible. That meant that the next plot would start tomorrow. Little Missy, we're back. Just as she was thinking about it, Radish suddenly kicked open the door and pounced toward Shining like a human-shaped cannonball. Just as it was about to jump into Shen Ying's arms, I Ching, who was beside her, reacted quickly. He grabbed Radish's collar, lifted it up and threw it away. Get lost, little bastard. Humph. Radish turned and glared at him, but did not dare to resist. It could only look at Shining pitifully. "Little Missy. Radish misses you so much." Chapter 176. Where did you go? Lone Moon glanced at Radish. It was rare to see it in human form. "We went to the nearby Immortal Palace for a walk." Before Radish could reply, Lan Hua, who followed closely behind, said, "You came back quite early today. You finished the competition so quickly." Lone Moon glanced at the two of them. They had been in the heavens beyond heaven for a few days. At first, Lan Hua was still a little wary. Later, when he realized that no one could tell that he was a demon, he completely let himself go. Taking advantage of the time when all the disciples were out competing, the two children who stayed behind quickly formed an alliance. They began to wander around aimlessly, and developed some revolutionary friendships as a result. "Oh yes, little Missy." Radish thought of something and mysteriously took out a storage bag. It handed it over with a proud look. "I brought a lot of gifts for you. Everyone. Did you freaking go on a vacation?" Shining obviously did not trust this vegetable and did not take it. Lone Moon directly intercepted it. "What's this?" "Meat." Radish looked proud. "I caught it for a long time." Lone Moon subconsciously opened it. "What meat?" Before he could finish, he heard a swoosh. A gust of wind blew past him and something black and white hit his face. "Lone Moon, Iching, what the hell is this meat? This is obviously an immortal crane, right? And it's the kind that freaking delivers letters. Is that a communication talisman on its claw?" Lone Moon felt his heart skip a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. He immediately stopped the immortal crane that was hitting his face with its wings. He opened the storage bag again and took out one fat and big immortal crane after another. "Did you freaking catch all the immortal cranes in the heavens beyond heaven?" Lone Moon took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to stew a certain someone. He could already vaguely see the immortals who were sending messages looking for their own immortal cranes. "This is the gift you brought." He gritted his teeth, yes. Radish did not feel guilty at all for grabbing someone else's communication tool. It said proudly, "I specially picked the fat ones. Little Missy, look, this one is even fatter than Radish. It must be delicious." As he spoke, he grabbed a red-crowned crane that was struggling desperately. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He turned to glare at his accomplice. Lan Hua immediately raised both his hands. "It's not my fault. He was the one who wanted to arrest him. He couldn't stop him anyway. What the F***ck?" Lone Moon felt as if something had snapped in his head. He could not hold it in anymore. He picked up Radish and strode out. She shoved him into the huge flower pot in the courtyard. "What do you want?" "Let me go." Before Radish could react, Lone Moon had already covered its head with mud. It struggled with all its might. "You ugly thing, don't you dare sully my pure body." "Wait, I don't want to change back. I want to go out and meet some pretty ladies." "You." G. Before he could finish, Lone Moon conjured a seal and forced him back to his original form. He covered his head with 3 layers of dirt and stomped on it a few times before he could suppress the surging anger in his heart. What the F***ck, all of them, only knew how to cause trouble for him. "Shining, let go of that red-crowned crane. It's someone else's pet. It can't be eaten, no matter how fat it is." With that said, he turned and shouted towards the outside of the house, "Yu Hong, bring a few disciples in and let all of them fly. As for the injured ones, let them go after they've been treated. And Shining, take out the one you're hiding behind your back." "I don't have it." "What the F***ck?" Even its wings are showing. Do you think I'm blind? Che. Wait. What are you doing? You can't even exchange spirit beast meat. Do you think this is a market? Try hiding another one. Do you believe I won't deduct your food allowance? An hour later, Chu Xian. Lan Hua paused. He frowned and thought hard for a long time. Who? You don't know him. Lone Moon was shocked. No way. I don't. Lan Hua shook his head. Then why does he look like he wants to stand up for you? And it seemed like he was causing trouble for Chen Gu because of him. How would I know? Lan Hua shook his head. He glanced at Shining, who had not eaten the immortal crane and was looking very upset. He could not help but take out a few immortal fruits and place them in front of her. I have a grudge with all 10 celestial emperors. If the celestial emperors have not changed in the past few thousand years, he should be one of the people who attacked me when I fell into depravity. That was strange. Chu Xian's earlier reaction did not seem like he was acting. What exactly happened in between? It seemed like they would have to wait until the Meru Realm competition tomorrow to find out the truth. And whether Hui Ling would replace Xian Tong as the female lead would depend on her performance tomorrow. The Meru Realm was a deserted ancient palace in the heavens beyond heaven. Legend had it that there was only one celestial emperor in the entire immortal realm. He managed the 4 seas and 6 continents. The Meru Realm was the only palace in the immortal realm. But as time passed, the palace had lost its former glory. Now, it was just a pile of rubble. Although the competition this time was only for the top 3 in each cultivation level, it was still a competition between 2 continents. Besides the various emperors who brought their participating disciples, there were also some curious immortals who came to watch the competition. The Meru realm, which had been deserted, suddenly became very lively. In order to understand Chu Xian's situation, Lone Moon asked Lan Hua to come as well. Just in case, he came with Feng Ying. The other disciples who came to watch the competition did not follow them. Apart from the 5 participants, the others stayed in the immortal palace to rest, mainly to keep a close eye on Radish. They had obviously arrived early. There was no sign of Chu Xian. But in the middle of the palace, above the largest pile of rubble, there was a large platform floating in the air. One look and they could tell that this was the competition arena that had been prepared. Chen Gu led the group to a platform on the right. His expression was much more serious than before. Hui Ling followed beside him. Her expression did not look very good. She no longer looked as lively and arrogant as before. Anyway, from time to time, a hint of panic flashed across her face, and she did not look in Shen Ying's direction again. Of course, Lone Moon knew why she was like this. It was because Shen Ying had destroyed her golden finger. What's more, she was the champion of the Earth Immortal group this time. This was not a friendly competition between people from the same continent. The other party would not give face to Chen Gu. Naturally, they would not go easy on her. He instantly felt refreshed. Sure enough, he had to pay for what he had done. Hui Ling's expression became more and more anxious as the time of the competition drew closer. She finally tugged at Chen Ji's sleeve and said softly, "Master, I don't feel well." Ling, what's wrong? Chen Ji's face was full of worry. Were you injured in the mystic realm yesterday? No, Master, I just want to. She spoke very softly, so the people around her did not notice, except for Lone Moon who had been paying attention to her movements. His eyes instantly lit up, and before the other party could request to withdraw from the competition, he immediately spoke up with a radiant smile on his face. Celestial Emperor, is your disciple unwell? I just happen to have primordial rejuvenation pills, spirit concentration dew and exorcism talismans. No matter what kind of illness you have, they will be effective immediately. Celestial Emperor, do you need them? Hui Ling, Chen Gu. Chapter 177. No, there's no need. Chen Gu paused, puzzled by Lone Moon's sudden kindness. He smiled politely and said, "Exalted immortal Lone Moon, you must be joking. Little Ling's cultivation level is low, but she is already an immortal. She won't get sick easily. I'm sure she's just a little nervous because it's her first time competing with immortals from other continents." He turned to look at Hui Ling and gave her a reassuring look. Hui Ling did not react. Instead, her face turned even paler and her eyes were filled with panic. She looked like she wanted to say something but was hesitant. This was the first time Chen Gu had seen her so uneasy. He couldn't help but add, "Ling, just treat this as a normal competition. Just perform at your usual level. I have confidence in you, so don't feel too pressured." "Yes, master." Her face turned even paler. She could not bring herself to withdraw. "Your Majesty is right," Lone Moon said with a smile. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. He glanced at Hui Ling, then turned to his disciple and said, "Did you hear that? Just perform at your usual level. I have confidence in you too." The 5 disciples behind him answered in unison, "Yes, Elder." His voice was loud and clear, instantly suppressing the hesitation in Hui Ling's voice. Hui Ling's face turned even paler. Even Chen Gu frowned. Was he imagining things? Why did his words sound so sarcastic? Just as he was about to ask for more details, another beam of white light appeared. The people from the Hechuan continent had arrived. Because there was a wide platform between them, they could see clearly this time. Under the white light, a huge transportation array lit up. In a short while, more than 10 figures appeared. Leading them was Chu Xian. He glanced at them and laughed coldly. "Chen Gu, I thought you would be like the previous few times and not dare to come. You're quite early this time." Chen Gu ignored his provocation. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and said in a low voice, "Emperor Chu Xian invited me in the name of Hechuan. How can I not come?" "Oh, you seem very confident." Chu Xian's face was full of disgust. He did not seem to want to talk to him anymore. He said directly, "In that case, let me see how powerful Feng Cong is." With that, he waved his hand and 3 people flew out from behind him and landed on the platform in front of him. All 3 of them were Stygian immortals. "It's too troublesome to fight one by one. It's better to fight them all at the same level together," Kuan Xian said. Chen Gu had no objections. He nodded at the top 3 Stygian immortals, and the 3 of them flew to the center of the platform. Lone Moon looked down at the 6 people who were already fighting. He thought about it carefully and guessed why the other party wanted 3 people to fight together. Although the 3 Stygian immortals from Hechuan didn't seem to be as strong as the 3 Stygian immortals on this side. However, it was obvious that they had been working together for a long time, and the 3 Stygian immortals here were all chosen from various countries. They had probably never fought together before, so their group strength was naturally much weaker. As expected, in just a short while, the 3 Stygian immortals were defeated one by one. It could be said to be a crushing defeat. All 3 of them were kicked off the stage. At that moment, all the country emperors and Qin Ji's expressions changed. It was the same for the Mystic Immortal group. This time, it ended even faster. The Stygian immortals managed to hold on for an hour, but the 3 Mystic Immortals were defeated in less than 15 minutes. Chu Xian looked even more pleased with himself. He seemed to have expected such a result. He looked like he was waiting to humiliate Chen Gu. Until the Golden Immortal group went up. In terms of teamwork, the few people from Invincible Sect who had been cultivating together since they started were no worse than anyone else. The strongest of the 3, Siyu, did not even have to transform. She relied on Yu Hong and another disciple to force the three Stygian immortals into a corner. In less than 10 minutes, the three Stygian immortals were kicked off the stage. Compared to the immortals who had been defeated in the previous 2 rounds, they looked even more pathetic. Body cultivators. Chu Xian did not seem to have expected such an outcome. He had been so sure that he would win, but now he had lost the upper hand. The people from Hechuan continent could not react in time. They had to be King kidding them. Where did these body cultivators come from? And they were female immortals. What was wrong with them? The people from Fengcang, who were already shocked, did not feel anything at all. They wanted to give them a thumbs up. They were not stupid. From the results of the Stygian immortal group, they could guess what the other party was planning. They just did not refute it at the start. Later on, they could not bring themselves to say that they wanted to fight one-on-one. Fortunately, they had the invincible sex group, group cultivators. If they won the next round, they would be able to win 2 out of 4 rounds. Finally, it was time for the Earth Immortal group. Master, I don't want. Hui Ling, who had been suppressing her emotions, was panicking now. She grabbed Chen Ji's hand. Little Ling, Chen Gu patted her hand. His heart ached for her. He wanted to agree to not let her fight, but he was an celestial emperor after all. It would not be right for him to not let his disciple win. His voice softened. Just do your best. Trust me. Nothing will go wrong. Hui Ling had never teamed up with anyone before. It was normal for her to be nervous. But judging from the situation in the previous round, this round should be no problem. He subconsciously turned to look in the direction of Invincible Sect. He wanted to say a few words of encouragement. But he realized that Lone Moon was holding the 2 Earth Immortal disciples aside, instructing them about something. He even set up an isolation array. He thought that they might be discussing how to fight the enemy at the last minute, so he did not pay much attention to them. Lone Moon only opened the isolation array when the 3 opponents were already on the stage. He reminded them again, remember what I said. Yes, Elder. The 2 disciples bowed and flew towards the dueling platform. Seeing this, Hui Ling gritted her teeth and flew up. The moment she stood still, Hui Ling took out her Dharma artifact. It was a red folding fan. With a gentle wave, a dazzling fire shot up into the sky and burned the path in front of them. The Imperial Fire Fan was another supreme-grade immortal artifact. Lone Moon's eyes darkened. She was indeed the disciple of an celestial emperor. How generous! The 3 opponents did not expect that the other party would have such a powerful immortal artifact. They hurriedly retreated to avoid it. But they were still caught in the fire. One of them even had a corner of his robe burnt. The Imperial Fire Fan was an immortal artifact. The fire it summoned was not ordinary fire. Ordinary water elemental sorcery could not extinguish it. The expressions of the 3 opponents became even more serious. They had no choice but to retreat. Seeing this, Hui Ling's flustered emotions calmed down in an instant. Her confidence was boosted. She raised her other hand and with a ding sound, she took out another immortal artifact. It was a golden bracelet. The moment it flew out, it split into tens of thousands of bracelets. All of them flew toward the opponents. The opponents, who were already dodging the deviant fire, found it harder and harder to avoid the attacks. Hui Ling laughed softly. She had misunderstood the situation earlier. Although the other party was sent by Celestial Emperor Chu Xian, he was just an ordinary cultivator. He was not like the body cultivators of Invincible Sect. Even without that person's help, the other party might not be her match. Thinking of this, Hui Ling hated Sect Master Shen even more. If not for her, she would not have lost the necklace. She turned and glared at the other 2 people who had just entered the arena. The two of them were on the other side, waving their immortal swords and trying their best to dodge the attacks of the three cultivators. Hui Ling could not help but laugh coldly. So what if they were body cultivators? They came from a small sect. No matter how strong they were, how could they compare to the immortals of the heavens beyond heaven? She would be able to handle the last match by herself. In an instant, her attacks became more and more violent. The entire arena was filled with red deviant fire. Even the two people from Invincible Sect had no choice but to stand in the furthest corner. The three opponents no longer had a place to stand. They could only fly in the air. They also had to defend against the densely packed golden metal rings. Chapter 178. In less than 5 minutes, the other party was about to be forced off the stage. Hui Ling turned her hand and changed her hand seal. Thousands of steel rings gathered in the air and formed a rope that flew towards the other party. Hui Ling heaved a sigh of relief and said confidently, "It's over." "That's right." Just as she finished speaking, an unfamiliar male voice rang out from behind her. In the next moment, a sharp sword came slashing towards her. Her heart tightened, but it was too late for her to defend herself. A cold sword was already swinging towards her face. "It's really over." "Ah!" She screamed, but the sword did not hit her. At the critical moment, the defensive array on her Dharma robe was activated and blocked the attack. The attacking immortal took a step back. Hui Ling retreated several steps before she could see that it was one of the three enemies. She did not even know when the other party had sneaked up on her. How was this possible? Hui Ling did not have much battle experience. She panicked when the other party got close to her. She subconsciously held onto her fire-subduing fan and waved it behind her. In an instant, the deviant fire ignited and burned the only safe piece of ground on the flat ground. The other party was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled mockingly. "Idiot." He conjured a seal and set up a defensive barrier to isolate the deviant fire. He was just worrying about how to force her into the deviant fire, but she had trapped herself inside. He immediately shouted, "Activate the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the two people who were still in the air landed on the ground. His hand seal changed. He squatted down and slapped the ground with his palm. The ground, which was originally full of deviant fire, glowed brightly. Rays of light from the array flashed. The pattern of the array appeared on the platform in an instant. The medium that connected the array was the golden iron ring that Hui Ling had just summoned but was knocked down by the three of them. So the three of them had been setting up the array from the beginning. And this array was 5 elements reversal array, someone cried out in alarm. In the next moment, all the arrays on the stage lit up. The deviant fire that had been burning earlier was extinguished in an instant. The entire platform was instantly sealed in ice. Sharp ice blades drilled out of the array and flew towards Hui Ling. "Aw!" Hui Ling screamed in pain. Just as she was about to use her fire-subduing fan to summon a mystical flame to burn off the ice, she felt a weight on her hand. Lowering his head, he realized that his entire hand was covered in a thick layer of ice. He couldn't even circulate his immortal energy through it, let alone use the fire-subduing fan. The 5 elements reversal array could reverse all the spells of the 5 elements within the array. The fire-subduing fan could summon the deviant flame, and the spell that appeared in the array was the 10,000-year frost. All fire elements would be frozen. Hui Ling was in a complete panic. She wanted to rush out, but she was surrounded by ice, and it was getting closer and closer to her. It was as if it was going to freeze her as well. There was nowhere to run. She subconsciously looked at the two people who had also been forced into a corner by the deviant fire and happened to be outside the array. The duo from Invincible Sect paused for a moment, and at the same time, they recalled a certain elder's instructions before they went on stage. Thus, the disciple took a step forward, opened his arms, and fell to the ground in a very simple and clear manner. At the same time, he said in a clear and serious tone, I fell. Junior sister. The second disciple called out anxiously. Suddenly, he also fell to the ground as if he had seen a ghost. I fell too. Shining, Qing, Chenggu, all the emperors. At that moment, several pairs of eyes turned to look at Lone Moon. Lone Moon, damn it, I didn't teach you to put on such a fake act. Degree, a strange silence fell over the crowd. The three people who were fighting were the first to react. They immediately lost interest in the other two. One of them waved his hand and pointed at Hui Ling, who was in the middle, and said, "Get rid of her first." With that said, he gripped the Dharma artifact in his hand and rushed toward Hui Ling. No. Hui Ling's face turned pale. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, she had no choice but to take out the bracelet in her hand again and summon the 10,000 gold steel rings. But it was obvious that she was already frightened. Her attacks were completely out of control. She only cared about summoning more gold steel rings and did not pay attention to where she was hitting. Not only did she not hit the three people, but she also hit the ice pillars around her. The ice pillars were originally summoned by the array set up by her gold steel rings. The aura on them was the same. When the gold steel rings hit them, not only did they not break the ice pillars, but they also bounced back. Hui Ling did not have time to dodge. In less than a minute, she was not hurt by the three people. Instead, she was beaten black and blue by her own ring. The three people who were still in the air. They had never seen someone die like this. The three people were stunned for a while. But they did not hesitate for long. While Hui Ling was distracted, they directly rushed down. The array on her Dharma robe was too strong. Sword techniques and immortal spells could not hurt her. The three people could only fight with their fists and legs. At that moment, the whole place was filled with the screams of a certain person. All the innocence disappeared. Chen Ji's expression darkened. He clenched his fists by his side and took a deep breath. Only then did he resist the urge to rush up to the stage. The three people did not attack for long. Perhaps they saw that Hui Ling had no more strength to fight back. One of them kicked her off the stage. Little Ling. Chen Ji's figure flashed. He picked up the disciple who had been thrown off the stage and returned to the spectator stand. As he treated Hui Ling, who had been beaten beyond recognition, he glared at Chu Xian. It was just a competition. How could he be so heavy-handed? He felt some resentment towards the invincible sect for deliberately not saving Hui Ling. Time, master, talisman, father. Hui Ling called out pitifully. If she was still as charming and adorable as before, she would have been able to arouse the sympathy of others. However, at this moment, she was at a loss for words. Apart from the filter, Chenggu still looked distressed. Be good. Don't talk. Focus on treating your injuries. So she's your disciple. Chu Xian could tell that Chenggu cared about the person in his arms. He laughed coldly and said mockingly, "That's right. Only you would accept such a useless disciple. You." Chenggu was exasperated, but he could not lose his temper. Chu Xian laughed proudly. It looks like this competition is my Hechuan's. Before he could finish speaking, he felt two surges of immortal qi appear on the stage. He looked down. Without Hui Ling, the two disciples who were supposed to be the easiest to deal with. The immortal qi in their bodies surged. Their small bodies grew taller and their arms bulged with muscles. This was a body cultivator. Holy shit, how could there be more? Chu Xian did not react. The three people on the stage did not react either. Even the immortal who had rushed over to get to know the two of them was stunned. Before he could block his attack, a fist came crashing down on him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. The next moment, he fell to the ground. Blood rushed to his throat and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior brother. The two people in the air were shocked. They were about to rush forward to help when they heard the sound of something cutting through the air behind them. The two of them reflexively turned to defend themselves. They saw another body cultivator suddenly appear behind them. He was raising his leg to kick the person on his right. In the nick of time, that person summoned a defensive array. Then there was a loud crack, it shattered. That person was kicked out of the arena. The last person did not even have time to react. A fist came crashing down on him. He felt an irresistible force coming at him. He fell from the air and landed on the stage with a loud crash. He sank a few feet into the ground and fainted. Two body cultivators. The hindrance is gone. I can fight without worry. Oh, it's over. Everyone. Chapter 179. There were a total of 4 rounds in this competition. Both sides had won 2 rounds each. Although the Stygian Immortal and Mystic Immortal groups were more important than the last 2 groups, the last 2 rounds were won by both sides. But the last 2 matches were won too beautifully. They were all crushing victories. So overall, it looked like it was a draw. Chu Xian's expression darkened. He had already prepared to mock them, but now he had to swallow his words. The emperors of Fengcang did not look too good either. They were all experienced immortals. Who could not tell that there was something fishy about the last round? Hui Ling was the leader of the Earth Immortal group. The remaining 2 people were clearly defeated by her. But against the people from Hechuan, how could she lose so badly? If there was a huge disparity in strength between the 2 sides, it would not be a big deal. But as soon as Hui Ling left the stage, the other 2 body cultivators defeated their opponents. Such an outcome made people suspect that there was something fishy about the previous round. Everyone subconsciously looked at the person in Qin Ji's arms. All sorts of conspiracy theories popped up in their heads. Although they did not say it out loud because of Chu Xian's status, they were already convinced that Hui Ling had cheated. They even suspected that Qin Gu had said something to Invincible Sect in private. That was why Hui Ling lost the previous round on purpose. Qin Ji's expression darkened. He looked at Hui Ling with a complicated expression. Everyone else could see it. Naturally, he could too. But she was his disciple after all. She was injured and the people from Hechuan were still around. He could only suppress his emotions. He helped Hui Ling up, who had already recovered, and looked at the person opposite him. Celestial Emperor Chu Xian, in this competition, both sides have won 2 rounds. That's a perfect score. Why don't we call it a day? You want to call it a day? Chu Xian snorted coldly. The anger in his eyes intensified. Dream on. Since it's a draw, why don't we fight it out? With that said, he waved the fan in his hand and an immortal aura surged towards Lone Moon. You. Qin Ji's expression changed. He had no choice but to release his immortal pressure to protect the immortals around him. His face was full of disbelief. Chu Xian, why do you have to do this? I have no intention of fighting with you. You and I are both celestial emperors. If we really fight, the innocent will be hurt. Today is just a friendly match between the immortals of our sect. If you really care about winning or losing, we'll consider it your win. Bullshit. Chu Xian looked humiliated. He became even angrier. He glared at Qin Gu as if he wanted to burn a hole in him. Pooey. Who cares about your concession? Put away that hypocritical face of yours. I've said it before. If we meet again, I will definitely take your life. Since I dared to come here today, I naturally have the confidence to make sure you won't be able to return. Chen Ji's expression suddenly changed. He thought of something and exclaimed, "What did you do?" Chu Xian did not answer. He laughed icily and suddenly shouted, "What are you waiting for?" "What?" Before the crowd could react, King Guyu, who was seated closest to Chen Gu, suddenly leapt forward and thrust the immortal sword in his hand towards Chen Gu. He did not notice it for a moment, but he was a celestial emperor after all. He subconsciously turned around and slapped the other party away. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, his opponent's sword still managed to break through his defenses, leaving a wound on his hand. Bright red blood immediately gushed out. "Guyu, it was not just Chen Gu." Even the country emperors looked dumbfounded at the person who had been slapped away. No one had expected him to betray them at the last minute. "Emperor, you can't blame me for this." Guyu struggled to his feet and smiled smugly. He did not show any signs of panic. "You're the one who can't tell right from wrong. You ignored the joint request of the country emperors and insisted on protecting the invincible sect. You have no right to control Fengcang. It's time for this mainland to have a new master." Chen Ji's expression darkened. "Do you think that by relying on Chu Xian and hurting me, you can become the master of Fengcang mainland? Without the cultivation of a celestial emperor, how could one control a mainland?" Just based on this sword, he did not take it seriously. With a gentle wave of his hand, the wound had already disappeared. Guyu's smile deepened. "You're all dead." "Of course I can." Just as he finished speaking, the array beneath their feet suddenly lit up. A blinding red light enveloped everyone on the platform. Everyone was shocked. They wanted to fly up but their bodies froze. They could not move at all. Beneath Chen Ji's feet, something blood-red was moving, forming a strange talisman. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was Chen Ji's blood. Guyu's attack was not a sneak attack, but to use Chen Ji's blood to set up an array. The other spectating disciples wanted to rush over to save Chen Gu but were stopped by the immortals Chu Xian had brought. Even if some of them tried to rush over, they would be trapped the moment they touched the red light, unable to move. The red light grew larger and the surrounding scenery changed. The platform that had been used for the martial arts competition cracked open. Mountains and rivers began to appear, as if they were forming a new world. What array is this?" Chen Gu was panicking. He tried to use the immortal qi in his body to break out of the array, but found that the more he resisted, the tighter the restraints on his body became. "Immortal Execution Array." Chu Xian took a step forward. His eyes were filled with the satisfaction of having exacted his revenge. "I've been searching for this for more than 1,000 years. I've spent hundreds of years trying to figure out its use. It's the only ancient array in the immortal realm that can kill immortals." Ancient array. Everyone sucked in a deep breath, their faces pale. No wonder he wanted to set the arena for the competition at the Shumi realm. He had no intention of letting them go from the start. "Once you enter this array, none of you will be able to escape." With that, he conjured a seal. In a flash, he charged towards them. He waved the immortal artifact in his hand and thousands of wind blades appeared. Chen Gu was about to be killed along with the emperors who were unable to resist. Suddenly, a terrifying sword qi shot up into the sky, sweeping away his wind blades. Chu Xian was shocked. He retreated a few steps to avoid the sword qi. He looked down and saw a young emperor standing on Chen Ji's left with a sword in his hand. His entire body was emitting thick sword qi, forcing the red light to retreat. Chu Xian frowned. He did not expect that there would be such a powerful sword immortal in Fengcang continent. Even though he was trapped by the immortal execution array, he could still use his sword. The red light grew larger and larger. It seemed like Chu Xian and his people were about to be sucked into it. The immortal execution array was almost complete. If they did not get out now, they would be trapped inside. Humph. He snorted and waved the fan in his hand. More wind blades flew towards them. I Ching, to the right. Lone Moon shouted. It was fine for them to take a few wind blades, but Yu Hong and the rest were on the right. They would not be able to block this attack. I Ching turned his sword and swept it to the right, blocking a large number of wind blades. Chu Xian took the opportunity to rush in. He glared at Chen Gu. I can't kill you with my own hands, but it's worth it to destroy your disciples. After saying that, without looking back, he grabbed the person on his left and flew out. He didn't even look back. Shining, who was suddenly dragged away, speaking of which, was he left-handed. As Chu Xian left, the people he brought with him also flew away. The immortal execution array was complete. The ruins were now covered in a blood-red semicircle. No one could see what was going on inside. Only a few disciples were lucky enough not to be trapped in the array, but none of them dared to take another step forward. Lan Hua and Feng Ying saw Chu Xian fly away. Naturally, they also saw Shining being taken away. That's... Lan Hua stood up abruptly and turned to give chase. What are you doing? Feng Ying hurriedly pulled him back. Saving her. Didn't you see Good Heart being taken away? The corner of Feng Ying's mouth twitched. Trust me, the one who needs saving the least is her. We'd better first. No. Lan Hua ignored him. He flung Feng Ying's hand away and chased after Shining. Wait. Before he could finish speaking, Shining had already disappeared into the horizon. Holy shit. Lan Hua flew in a hurry. After chasing for a full 15 minutes, he still did not see Shining. In his heart, he cursed the person who had taken Shining away. Indeed, none of the celestial emperors were good people. His heart was in a mess. Deep down, he knew very well that this was the heavens beyond heaven. His opponent was a celestial emperor. Even if he caught up, his identity as a demon would definitely be exposed if they fought. Then, even he would not be able to escape. The most sensible thing to do was to save the young emperor of Invincible Sect first, then think of a way to save Shining. Or he could be calmer and just ignore it. Shining was his good heart. If she was captured or lost, it would only be good for him. Once Good Heart was gone, he could directly become a sky fiend. He understood the logic, but he could not control himself. Thinking that it was his good heart, his body began to move on its own. He could not control himself. He took off the necklace around his neck and activated his demonic chi to speed up the chase. After a short while, he finally tracked a faint trace of the Celestial Emperor's aura. Delighted, he immediately flew in that direction. In a short while, he saw more than 10 auras stopping on a floating peak. His heart tightened and he subconsciously opened his mouth to shout. Let go of that lady. As soon as he finished speaking, the tallest figure paused, turned around and waved his hand. Hey, boss. Good Heart. Are you alright? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped on something. Looking down, he found that it was an immortal. Subconsciously, he looked around and found that something was wrong. Huh? Why were there more than 10 people lying on the ground? Why were there a few hanging on the tree? Why did the person Shining was stepping on look so familiar? What exactly was going on? What happened in the last quarter of an hour? Good Heart. This was Good Heart. Was he mistaken? You're alright. Subconsciously, he looked at her. She was alright. She did not lose an arm, did not break a leg, her hair was not messed up, except that her clothes were a little gray and ugly. Oh, that was because she did not look good in the first place. I'm all right. Shining tilted her head, suddenly remembering something. Oh, right, just as he was about to ask about the situation of the others, the person beneath his feet seemed to have heard something shocking, and he immediately started struggling like a zombie. You are Lan. Celestial Emperor Lan Hua, aren't you? He seemed to want to turn around, but just as he moved, Shining stepped on him again. He could only turn his head with all his might, trying to look at Lan Hua. Lan Hua frowned and looked at the person on the ground, who was beaten beyond recognition. Who is this pighead? Shining thought for a moment, then said, the person who called himself your gay friend. What good chicken oil? Celestial Emperor, it's me. The pighead tried his best to hide his disfigured face and moved closer to Lan Hua. I'm Chu Xian, Master. You're still alive, that's great, Master. Oh, so they're master and disciple. Shining paused and subconsciously retracted her foot. She turned to look at the person beside her. Hey, what are you talking about? I've never had any disciples before. Lan Hua frowned. Moss. Celestial Emperor. Chu Xian became even more agitated. He stared straight at Lan Hua and said, I'm really Chu Xian. I'm the Chu Xian from 70,000 years ago, of Shu Tai Peak. Shu Tai Peak. Lan Hua squatted down and looked at him carefully. After thinking for a long time, he said seriously, I don't know you. Chu Xian, Shining, she seemed to have heard something shattering. Chu Xian's originally purple face turned pale. It was as if he had lost all his life. His body trembled and he said after a while, Chu Xian knows. I'm not fit to be your disciple. I didn't dare to in the past, and now even more so. I was deceived by others in the past. I'm really sorry. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just beg you to give me a chance to redeem myself. As if he couldn't hold it in anymore, his tears flowed down and covered his face. Damn. He looked even uglier now. Even if you kill me with your own hands, I will not complain. Oh. What a deep feeling. Shining looked at Lan Hua again. Why are you looking at me like that? Lan Hua felt goosebumps all over his body. He turned to glare at her and took a step back in disgust. I really don't know him. Celestial Emperor. Chu Xian looked even more hopeless now. Shining sighed. Well, we'll talk about flirting later. Who's flirting? Speak clearly. Hey, you're not dead yet, right? If you're not dead, come back with me to break the array. It was almost lunchtime and Chef was still trapped in the array. That's right. Lan Hua thought of this as well. This was not the time to talk about this. He forgot to ask Shining how she managed to escape. You have to go back. Chu Xian looked at her in disbelief. Did the Celestial Emperor want to save that ungrateful Chenggu? Why? Shining, who had not eaten yet, looked at him coldly. Do you have a problem with that? Images flashed across Chu Xian's mind. His entire body trembled and his pig head trembled. He subconsciously hid behind Lan Hua. No. Compared to Emperor Lan Hua, this female immortal was scarier. Lan Hua did not mind. He summoned his flying sword and picked up the pig's head from the ground. Together with Shining, they flew back. The three of them flew at top speed, but it still took them a quarter of an hour to return to the Meru realm. During this time, they finally understood the relationship between Lan Hua and Chu Xian. 70,000 years ago, Chu Xian and Chenggu were immortals from Yunzi Continent's Shu Tai Peak. both of them were mystic immortals. Because they were itinerant cultivators, their cultivation techniques were not very good. That caused Chu Xian to have problems during his heavenly tribulation. At that time, Lan Hua had not become a demon. He was only an immortal emperor. He happened to pass by and help Chu Xian. He even gave them cultivation techniques that suited them. They had only met once, but Chu Xian already saw Lan Hua as his master. With the cultivation techniques that Chu Xian left behind, Chu Xian cultivated diligently and both of them became celestial emperors. Later, when they heard that demons were causing trouble, Chungu invited Chu Xian and the other celestial emperors to eliminate them. At that time, Chu Xian did not know who the demons were. When Lan Hua helped him, he did not tell them their names. After becoming a demon, Chu Xian was surrounded by demonic qi and could not see his appearance. After this matter was settled, he found out that the cultivation technique he was practicing was created by Celestial Emperor Lan Hua. And Lan Hua was the demon that they had worked together to exterminate. Chu Xian was in great pain because he had killed his benefactor with his own hands. When he found out that Lan Hua had become a demon because of his younger brother, Lan Yu, he decided to work with Chen Gu to avenge Celestial Emperor Lan Hua. But Lan Yu was already the Celestial Emperor of Yunza continent. Chen Gu did not want any conflict and rejected him. Chu Xian was so ungrateful that he hated Chen Gu as well. That was why he had been causing trouble for Lan Yu and Chen Gu all these years. Chu Xian's tears and snot flowed down his face. He looked so ashamed and angry that he wanted to jump off the sword. Lan Hua, on the other hand, looked calm and unperturbed. He even wanted to eat some melon seeds. Because Chu Xian could not forget this past, he had no recollection of it. He also said that he had given so many cultivation techniques to others in the past. How could he remember who it was? That's right, Boss Lan used to be a spendthrift. Shining was starting to suspect that her brother had kicked her off the stage because she thought she was too extravagant with her money. It looked like she had to treat Father Niu better in the future. Chapter 180. By the time Shining and company returned to the Shumi realm, there were no other immortals outside the array. They did not know if they had escaped or if they had gone to get reinforcements. There was only a huge blood-red semicircle covering an area of more than 10 kilometers. They flew to the top of the semicircle and looked inside. They could faintly see a group of people on the right. They were the emperors who had been watching the battle earlier. Chef and Father Niu were among them. But now they were all lying on the ground, motionless. The entire array was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. It was as if everyone had fallen asleep. What's going on? Lan Hua turned and glared at Chu Xian. Was this the immortal execution array or a soul confusion array? Why were they all unconscious? Emperor, this is just the surface, Chu Xian explained. The array is complete. Their primordial spirits have been sucked into the array. With that said, he conjured a seal and waved his hand towards the array. A golden light flashed on the blood-red semicircle and the scene inside changed. The primordial ruins had disappeared, replaced by a large number of high mountains, dangerous peaks, and lava. Every place was as terrifying as hell, and the air was filled with wind blades and sword chi. The immortals who had been lying on the platform were now inside. They were scattered all over the place, trying their best to defend themselves. But no matter how many attacks they blocked, there was always another wave of attacks. It was as if there was no end to it. If this went on, the people inside would die sooner or later. Immortals have longevity. As long as they have a breath left, they can recover, Chu Xian continued. So ordinary attacks cannot be used against immortals. That's why the immortal execution array will suck in the primordial spirits of the people inside. Once the primordial spirit is destroyed, the immortal will be executed. So what was lying on the platform was just their bodies. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry and break the array. Shining pulled Chu Xian out from behind Lan Hua. It was almost noon. I can't break it. Chu Xian's legs gave way and he almost fell to his knees. You can't break the array you set up. Lan Hua looked at him in surprise. Was he joking? I really can't break it. This is an ancient formation. It has always been here, and I discovered it by accident 100 years ago. Chu Xian was on the verge of tears. If a celestial emperor could break this array, he would not have used it against Chenggu. This array is based on the 5 elements of yin and yang. The closer you get to the heart of the array, the more dangerous it becomes. Also, it is constantly changing. Only by destroying the core formation stone can we break this formation. However, the core formation stone is located at the very center of the formation. If we don't go in, we won't be able to touch it. Therefore, it was impossible to break the formation from the outside, but once one entered, one could forget about coming out. What's more? He pointed at the arc below and said, this array has been completed, and the inside of the array has become a world of its own. This array wall is comparable to a realm gate, it's impossible to break through. Clatter. Before he could finish his sentence, Shining suddenly squatted down and reached one hand into the blood-colored arc, tearing it apart forcefully. The formation wall, which was said to be as sturdy as the realm gate, was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Chu Xian, Lan Hua, Shining, who just wanted to try. Chu Xian, this must be a fake immortal vanquishing array. What happened to the powerful ancient array? Lan Hua, this must be a fake immortal vanquishing array. Indeed, the 10 celestial emperors cannot be trusted. Shining, this must be a fake immortal vanquishing array. I've seen the investiture of the gods for nothing. Didn't they say that only the 4 sages could break it? Sigh, if I had known, would not have brought boss's gay friend over. I would have let them continue flirting. Cough. Well, help me find chef's position. Shining nudged Lan Hua, who was beside her, and added, and Father Nyo. Lan Hua looked at the opening in the array, speechless. Then, he lowered his head and began to look for chef. There. Lan Hua used his divine perception to confirm the position of the invincible sect people. He pointed to a spot in the middle of the array. Come, let's go over. Shining was just about to go over to get chef when Lan Hua held her back. Wait. Lan Hua frowned. Something's wrong there. The few of them took a closer look and realized that compared to the other places that looked dangerous, the place where the invincible sect people were was especially quiet. There were no wind blades or sword chi. Instead, there was a huge sea of flowers. It looked very safe. But for some reason, other than I Ching and Lone Moon who were standing together, everyone else was scattered. It was as if they could not see anyone else. That's the mesmerizing valley. Chu Xian exclaimed. He glanced at Shining and immediately took 2 steps back. He looked as if he was afraid that she would attack him. What do you mean? Shining paused. The mesmerizing valley is a real illusion. Lan Hua's expression darkened. He frowned. He did not think that there would be such a place in the immortal vanquishing array. The fragrance of the flowers inside will condense into a physical form. It will become the thing that the person who enters most treasures or fears. It's similar to the mental demon tribulation, except that everything they see and touch is real. That's why it's harder to tell them apart. Lan Hua set up an isolation array around them and instructed, do not step out of this array. If not, we will also be affected by the fragrance of the flowers. Oh. Shining nodded. Lan Hua flew in through the opening on his sword. At that moment, I Ching and Lone Moon, who were in the mesmerizing valley, realized that something was wrong. They looked around. What's going on? Where are Yu Hong and the others? They were all together earlier, but the moment they entered the sea of flowers, they were the only two left. There was nothing but white fog in front of them. I can't sense their auras. I Ching shook his head. Lone Moon's expression darkened. There must be something wrong with this sea of flowers. Be careful. I Ching nodded. Suddenly, he paused and looked straight ahead. That's Master. In the vast expanse of whiteness, a familiar figure slowly walked out. Shining, you're finally here. This is too. Lone Moon took 2 steps forward, but I Ching grabbed him. Wait. What? Lone Moon paused and turned to look at him. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you all standing there like idiots? Shining waved at them. Hurry, follow me out. This array is very dangerous. As soon as she said that, not only I Ching, but Lone Moon also frowned. Shining, do you know the way out? Lone Moon asked. Of course. How else am I going to save you? Shining rolled her eyes. Where's the way? It's over there. Hurry, follow me. We'll get out if we walk along the east side. The two exchanged a look. Suddenly, they raised their swords at the same time and rushed toward Shining. Without hesitation, they waved their swords at her. Where did this monster come from? Her impersonation is so unprofessional. When did Shining remember to pass by? How dare she impersonate Master with such poor acting skills? In the past 4 years, she has never walked back even when she went to the back mountain to water the plants. How dare she say that she knows the way out? In an instant, thousands of sword beams filled the entire sea of flowers. The Shining was cut into thousands of pieces. She turned into a pile of twigs that fell to the ground. Not far away, Chu Xian, Lan Hua, Shining, who had just landed. Mother asterisk Kerr. Although the two of them were fine, why was she feeling so upset? Chapter 181. Well. Cough. Lan Hua coughed. It's a good thing you're not affected by the illusion. Shining, heh. She suddenly did not feel like saving them. Who's there? The two of them stopped their swords and turned to look at the 3 people not far away. Their expressions changed again. Humph. You still don't want to give up. You actually created 3 people this time. Lone Moon snorted coldly and was about to rush over with his sword. Wait. I Ching immediately pulled him back. Ask them first. With that said, he stepped forward and scanned the 3 people in front of them. Then, he said to Shining, Master, what do you want to eat for lunch? The corner of Shining's mouth twitched. She glanced at Father Nyo, gritted her teeth and said, Immortal. Crane. I Ching, Lone Moon, all right, this one was real. Where did you go? Why are you so late? Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief and walked over. He looked at Chu Xian, whose face was swollen and bruised. He was surprised to see Lan Hua. Why is he here too? They're good friends reuniting. Shining explained casually. What chicken oil? Lan Hua was confused. Thinking of the current situation, he did not ask further. He pointed at the sea of flowers and said, This is the Heart Captivation Valley. These flowers can create illusions. Your other disciples are inside. We have to save them quickly. If they stay too long, they won't be able to get out. Their expressions darkened. I Ching said directly, Tell me where they are. 30 feet southwest and east. Lan Hua had already memorized their positions when he was in the air. He immediately pointed in the direction of the disciples. Time is tight. We'd better split up and save. Before he could finish speaking, I Ching suddenly turned and waved his sword. There were a few dragon roars and a huge burst of sword chi exploded. Tens of huge dragons formed from sword chi roared and rushed in all directions. Everywhere they passed, flowers and grass were uprooted. Soil flew everywhere and the ground was cut. In a short while, apart from the 5 directions that they had deliberately avoided, the entire sea of flowers had turned into a pile of mud. Thank you. I Ching kept his sword and bowed. Chu Xian, Lan Hua, this kind of sword aura, it was AF * King Young Emperor. Are you kidding me? What on earth happened in the immortal world during these years of cultivating the fiendish Tao? Shining and Lone Moon, on the other hand, walked in the direction of the disciples as if they were used to it. With the sea of flowers destroyed, they naturally woke up from the illusion. Next, how do we break this array? Lone Moon asked. Although they were already safe, there were still many people trapped in other places. They couldn't just leave them to die. Moreover, they were all in the primordial spirit state. If they did not break the formation, they would not be able to return to their bodies. Shining tilted her head and looked at the pig head behind her. Chu Xian shuddered and hurriedly confessed, well, actually, the Heart Captivation Valley is also in the center of the Immortal Execution Array, so the Heart Array Stone should be nearby. He really did not expect these people to solve the Obsession Valley so quickly. It seemed that even if they didn't come in, this array wouldn't be able to trap them. Then let's go and find the Heart Formation Stone. Lone Moon said a few words to Yu Hong and the others, then set up an array to prevent them from getting separated. Then, he turned and led the group into the white fog. That's right. Shining had just taken 2 steps when she remembered something. She turned to Lan Hua and said, Boss, bring the necklace back. It felt weird to keep emitting black smoke. Lan Hua hesitated. Was she worried that everyone would recognize him as a demon when they woke up? Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his heart. A familiar feeling flowed out from his heart and spread throughout his entire body. His hand uncontrollably reached for his collar. Wait. Good heart, don't be rash. Even if we don't have the immortal stone, we can't just strip him here. Lan Hua suddenly felt an urge to die. At the last moment, a thought flashed across his mind. He turned and grabbed Chu Xian. You want to repay a debt of gratitude, right? Chu Xian was overjoyed. Master. You finally acknowledge. Did you bring the storage bag? Before he could finish speaking, Lan Hua suddenly reached out his hand. Yes. I did. Chu Xian subconsciously handed it over. Thus, in the next moment, he saw his benefactor open the bag and empty out the storage bag. He then forcefully shoved it to the female immortal surnamed Shin in front of him. As he emptied it out, he said, I don't know what these are either. But take it all. As long as he did not take off his clothes. Oh. So boss can use it like this. Lone Moon's eyes flashed. He took out an empty storage bag and handed it over. Come, Shining. Use this to keep it. I Ching, the disciples, Chu Xian. His heart hurt, but he could not say it out loud. He had to admit that the Celestial Emperor was indeed rich. Lan Hua searched for nearly an hour before he emptied Chu Xian's bag of treasures. Emperor. Celestial Emperor. Chu Xian held the empty storage bag in disbelief. Finally, he could not help but ask, I wonder if this Shin. Exalted goddess is yours. She's a kind heart. Can't you tell? Kind heart. He subconsciously held his swollen pig head. Are you sure she's a kind heart, and not a demon heart? The few of them walked into the white fog. Without the flowers, they did not encounter any danger. After walking for about 15 minutes, Lone Moon, who was the only one who was proficient in array formations, suddenly stopped. The eye of the array should be in front of us. He pointed in front of them. I Ching conjured a wind seal. Immediately, a strong gust of wind blew away the thick fog. A stone platform appeared in front of them. There were all sorts of golden dermic talismans on it. All around it were array diagrams. Red liquid flowed out of the array and seeped into the ground along the diagrams. In the middle of the array sat a man. He was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. A wound on his hand was bleeding profusely. Chin-gu! Lone Moon exclaimed. Why was he here? What's more, it was not his primordial spirit but his real body sitting in the middle. What's going on? Lan Hua turned to look at Chu Xian. Chu Xian glared at the man in the eye of the array resentfully. He said unwillingly, this array was set up using his blood. That's why his body is the eye of the array. If everything went smoothly, he would bleed his last drop of blood here. Only when all the immortal qi in his body dissipated would the array disappear. What's more, Chen-gu had the highest cultivation level in the array. Naturally, he was the best choice. He is now one with the immortal execution array. His body is under the control of the array. His primordial spirit is not in his body. The heart array stone is under his feet. If we want to break the array, we have to defeat him first. I can't make him leave the heart array stone either. He looked at Shining guiltily and continued, that's why. I said I can't break it. If we want to destroy the heart array stone, we have to fight him. One of us will be injured. His life might even be in danger. He is the celestial emperor of Fengsong. You can't bear to injure. Before he could finish speaking, I Ching and Lone Moon had already rushed out with their swords. Without any hesitation, they swung their swords at Chen-gu. The man in the array opened his eyes at the same time. His eyes were unfocused. He fought with the two of them like a puppet. What a great opportunity. I've been wanting to beat this bastard for a long time. Chu Xian, was he imagining things? Why did these two sword immortals look so excited? Did the people of Fengsong continent all look down on the celestial emperor? Chapter 182. Shining and the rest left the heavens beyond heaven on the second day. When the country emperors woke up, they threw Chu Xian to Chen-gu. This was a matter between the two continents. Invincible sect belonged to the Fengsong continent. Chu Xian setting up the immortal execution array was obviously a provocation to the entire continent. This matter could only be left to Chen-gu, who was also a celestial emperor. Chu Xian did not even struggle. Chen-gu immediately sealed his immortal qi and locked him up. Perhaps because Shining was around, or because he knew that Chen-gu would not dare to do anything to him. After all, he was the celestial emperor of Hechuan. His death could easily lead to an all-out war between the two continents. Although they did not know how Chen-gu would deal with it, he would probably be busy for a while. Lone Moon was different from the various angry country emperors. He had no interest in this kind of political battle. He quickly led the disciples back. Their immortal boat had just reached the entrance of the heavens beyond heaven when a ray of light flashed by. A figure hurried up to them. Everyone, please hold on. It was Chen-gu. He had flown in a hurry, as if he had rushed over at the last minute. He stopped above the 10-direction boat. Sect Master Shin, elders, why didn't you inform me that you were leaving? I could have sent you off. Lone Moon looked at Chen-ji's swollen face. He subconsciously turned his head away and lifted his hand to undo the protective array on the boat. He coughed lightly and bowed. Why did the Celestial Emperor come personally? Everyone here is an old friend. Since you are leaving, I naturally had to send you off. Chengu flew down and looked at the three people in front of him. Out of habit, the corners of his mouth turned up. He wanted to smile, but the wound at the corner of his mouth made a soft sound. He immediately stopped smiling. Lone Moon and I Ching, they turned to look at the sky. They did not know anything. It was all thanks to the two elders that the immortal execution array and the country emperors and I were able to escape. Chengu solemnly cupped his fists, full of gratitude. The three of them, they suddenly felt a little guilty. Only then did they realize that he had come alone. Unlike before, when he appeared with a group of immortal officials behind him. The Celestial Emperor is too kind. We are all immortals of Fengsong. Besides, wasn't it all thanks to the Celestial Emperor that we succeeded in breaking the array? Lone Moon stepped forward and answered. Everyone came out unscathed, but he was the only one with a swollen head. That was why he discussed it with I Ching. When they came out, they said that Chengu was the one who broke the formation and that they were just there to support him. After all, they were beating up his body, and his primordial spirit wasn't inside, so he shouldn't have discovered it. Probably. Fellow immortal Lone Moon, you must be joking. Chengu sighed. His eyes were filled with genuine gratitude. The emperors do not know the truth, but I do. What? Lone Moon's heart tightened. Didn't they say that his primordial spirit was not here? He wouldn't be looking for trouble, right? At that time, Mei Yuanshan had left my body and I couldn't move at all. How could I have broken the array to save the emperors? He sighed, and his expression became even more sincere. So, there must be two people who broke the array, and they must have protected my body in the array. Everyone. Did the other immortals know about such a wild imagination? You wanted to help me stabilize the emperors, so you said that I was the one who broke the array, right? Chengu looked confident. He. Lone Moon paused, then laughed even more profitably. He nodded shamelessly and said, I still can't hide it from you, Celestial Emperor. I Ching, Shening, indeed, businessmen had to be thick-skinned. How shameless. It's been so many years since we last met. I thought there was a gap between us. He shook his head self-deprecatingly. I didn't think that the people who would help me at such a critical moment would be you. This is the second time you've helped me. Chengu, can't thank you enough. He suddenly bent down and bowed solemnly to them. Lone Moon suddenly felt that he had hit him a little too hard just now. Celestial Emperor, don't stand on ceremony. This is what we should do. Not to mention that they were trapped in the array, the invincible sect was also a part of Fengsong. Chen Ji's expression became more and more agitated. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. He frowned and said, there is indeed a problem with the Earth Immortal Tournament. Hui Ling. I didn't teach her well. I've already revoked her title as the champion and punished her to go into seclusion for 100 years. As for how she won the tournament, I will find out and give you an explanation. With that, he waved his hand and an immortal artifact floated in front of them. It was the immortal artifact that had been awarded to the Earth Immortal Enchantress. This was my oversight. I didn't notice the problem with my disciple and was unfair. I hope you haven't fallen out with me because of this. Lone Moon fell silent. He didn't know how to reply. Shening, on the other hand, grabbed the immortal artifact and said, oh, it's all right. With that, she threw it to the girl in purple behind her. Little Z, it's yours. The body cultivator girl, who was originally ranked second among the Earth Immortals, caught it subconsciously. She looked confused. Thank you, Sect Master. Sect Master gave it to her. She was happy. Sect Master Shen is indeed magnanimous. Chen-gu thanks you. With that said, he bowed to the few of them once more. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Lone Moon, he turned to I Ching and said, "Actually, I have a favor to ask of fellow immortal I Ching." Lone Moon frowned subconsciously. No wonder he was so polite today. So there was something else. What is it? I Ching asked. Chen-gu took out something that looked like a white seal and continued, "This is the immortal seal of Chonglan. Gu betrayed Fengcang and is no longer fit to be the emperor of Chonglan. In the whole of Chonglan, brother I Ching's cultivation level is the highest. That's why I would like to ask you to replace Gu Yu as the emperor of Chonglan." Emperor. Lone Moon and his companions were stunned. They knew that Chen-gu was looking for I Ching for a big reason. They even suspected that Chen-gu would ask him to attack Yichuan. After all, Chen Ji's cultivation level was probably no weaker than Chen Ji's. They did not expect him to ask I Ching to be the emperor of Chonglan. Fellow immortal I Ching is already a young emperor and a sword immortal. I'm afraid there's no other immortal stronger than you in the whole of Chonglan. That's why you're the most. I'm not doing it. What? Chen-gu was stunned. He did not expect I Ching to reject him. Why? Because. I Ching said seriously, "I don't have time to cook." Chen-gu. What the hell? Lone Moon. You're an immortal chef. Shining. What a good chef. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He sighed and answered on Chen Ji's behalf, "Thank you for your kindness, Celestial Emperor. But the matter of a new emperor is very important. I Ching has always been an itinerant cultivator. I'm afraid it's not convenient for him to manage a region." Chen-gu said it nicely, but if he really wanted to take on the job. Given the nature of this master and disciple, he would be the one who would be exhausted in the end. The more than 200 immortals in Invincible Sect were already worried sick. If it was the immortals of an entire country, he still wanted to live a few more years. He definitely could not take on this job. I know that the few of you have noble characters and are not greedy for fame and fortune, but... Chen-gu looked like he was in a difficult position. He had no choice. Someone had to manage Chonglan, and they were the most suitable. How about? Lone Moon's eyes flashed. How about I recommend someone to Celestial Emperor? Really? Chen Ji's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. Lone Moon nodded vigorously. He's definitely very suitable. Since fellow immortal Lone Moon recommended someone, I naturally believe him. May I know who he is? He's, ***** a few kilometers away. Achoo! Sun Shu, who was about to bring his people back, suddenly sneezed. Why did he feel a chill on his back? Chapter 183. 4 hours later. The 10-direction boat finally left the heavens beyond heaven and headed in the direction of Chongzhen. Hey! Lone Moon nudged Shining, who was half curled up on the chair and still chewing on her fruit. What's wrong with you this time? It's not like you. How could you forgive Chen-gu and his disciple so easily? Was she this forgiving towards people who offended her in the past? Why not? Shining looked at him in surprise. Did he do something wrong? That goes without saying. He looked as if she was suffering from amnesia. What did he do? Lone Moon's words were stuck in his throat. On second thought, Chen-gu really did not seem to have done anything wrong. Instead, he and I Ching worked together to beat him up. Hui Ling, that little bitch. Don't you hate her? Who said I hate her? You can't be. Lone Moon scanned her from head to toe. Why did he not realize that she had the potential to be a saint before? Did you forget what she said about you in the main hall? She obviously misunderstood your identity and was jealous that you were the only female emperor. That's why she deliberately provoked you. She even used your identity as the celestial emperor's disciple to suppress you. I didn't forget. Shining was still as lazy as ever. She poured a cup of green tea on herself but did not drink it. And in this competition, she cheated in front of everyone. If she did not rely on the person in the necklace, how could my sex disciple lose? Oh. And. Longman's eyes widened. Just these two things and you're not angry at all. I am. Then you. Lone Moon was even more confused. Shining turned to look at him, then at the surrounding disciples. Suddenly, she put down the fruit in her hand and sighed. So troublesome. Father Nyo, what kind of person am I in your eyes? Her voice lowered and she asked seriously. Ha! Lone Moon hesitated. Why did she ask that? Green Tea Girl did offend me verbally, but I paid her back. She did cheat, but the matter has been exposed. Salted Fish apologized and dealt with. She has already received the punishment she deserved. Isn't that enough? But Dash, what do you want me to do? Smash her head. But apart from these two things, what else has she done that has angered both men and gods? If a person cheats in a duel and says some provocative words, and then has to die to atone for his crime, isn't such a punishment a little too terrifying? Shining narrowed her eyes. I really don't like her. I even hate her fake personality. But just because I don't like her, should she die? In your eyes, am I such a person who will kill someone if they don't agree with me and can't listen to any opposing views? Everyone has the right to hate others, but people can't judge right and wrong based on their own likes and dislikes. Shining continued, just like Salted Fish, I know you hated him from the start because of the plot. But did he actually do anything wrong? As an emperor, he tried his best to protect the country emperors. As a master, although he was biased, he was still fair. When he discovered the problem, he corrected it in time and personally punished his disciple. As an old friend, he suppressed the hatred of the country emperors towards Invincible sect and specially invited us to participate in the Mystic Spirits and Spirits Convention to establish our prestige. Could it be that just because he is the male lead, we choose not to see these things, or think that he has ulterior motives? Father Nyo, when did I become such a narrow-minded, ungrateful scum? There was a dead silence. Loneman's expression was even more complicated. He then began to reflect on everything that happened in the heavens beyond heaven these few days. Apart from his preconceived notions and his rejection of Chin-gu, it seemed that he really didn't do anything that was disadvantageous to them. Even from the start, he seemed to be biased towards Invincible sect. Whether it was the joint request of the country emperors or the invitation to attend the Mystic Spirits and Spirits Convention. Although with Shining around, they were not afraid of all this. But Chin-gu actually did not know all this. Even about the immortal execution array, he always thought that the two of them were the ones who broke it. So he really did everything he could to help Invincible sect. Although they didn't need it, could they completely deny his kindness just because they didn't need it? Apart from the time Hui Ling offended Shining and was punished to face the wall, but was released the next day. But at the end of the day, Hui Ling was just being rude. In the modern world, this might not even be considered a crime. She was also a disciple who was going to participate in the competition. It didn't seem wrong to be locked up for only a day. Why did he have to be so unforgiving towards the two of them? He knew very well that it was all because of the plot. Previously, he was afraid that the plot would develop like the original novel. He finally accepted the fact that the plot was completely different from the novel, but now he was being held back by the settings of the characters. Because Chin-gu was the male lead and Hui Ling was the new female lead, he was biased against the two of them from the start. He thought that they would definitely bring harm to the people around them. This was his stereotype of them. He didn't even like Enchanting at the start. But it was only until Hui Ling appeared that he really let go of his prejudice against her. He was trapped in a dead end, so he couldn't see the reality. He even thought about making the two of them disappear forever. Loneman's heart suddenly went cold. He almost stopped falling from the high ground. His heart suddenly cleared up, as if he had broken through the fog that had been bothering him for a long time. Something hidden was exploding continuously. Shining, huh? Shining paused. You're not thinking of killing them, are you? No, I just wanted to make a suggestion. What? Lone Moon suddenly revealed a frightening smile. The next time you want to have a serious conversation with me, can you not choose to do it in the air? Ha! Before Shining could ask, Lone Moon suddenly released a huge burst of immortal chi that he had never seen before. His entire body was like a glowing object, shining with a dazzling white light. The supreme-grade immortal artifact 10-direction boat under his feet suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Holy shit! Shining lost her balance and fell straight down. Master! Fortunately, I Ching was quick to react. He pulled her onto his flying sword and flew out of the range of the immortal chi. What's going on? He's having an epiphany. Damn! The buff that Father Nyo had gained from this one conversation had not been removed. Where are the others? I think they're having an epiphany too. So he had just cast a group buff. Wait. Shen Ying's expression changed. She subconsciously wanted to run in that direction. Father Nyo. You haven't given me my living expenses. Chapter 184. After this group buff, everyone's cultivation level increased tremendously. Especially Siyu and Yu Hong, both of them became mystic immortals. Father Nyo's cultivation level did not change. He still looked like an exalted immortal, but his immortal chi had increased tenfold, reaching the level of a young emperor. Since the heavens beyond heaven was not far away, they turned around and went back to the Emperor Ascension stage. But after this enlightenment, the immortal chi around them seemed to be different. The immortal chi that used to be pure and unruffled now seemed to have a tinge of gold in it. It surrounded everyone, especially Father Nyo. If he did not purposely hide it, the tinge of gold would have solidified. I Ching studied it for a long time but could not figure out what it was that suddenly appeared. Even Feng Ying's system scan could only show that it was harmless. After going back and forth like this, it was already 4 months later when they returned to Invincible Sect. Invincible Sect was still the same. Although they did not have the demonic chi around them to train, they had the support of many Dharma treasures. The disciples' cultivation speed did not slow down, but continued to grow steadily. Especially Enchanting, she was already showing signs of growing immortal bones. Compared to the other disciples, she was very slow. But with the balance of the necklace, she could still cultivate to this level. It was obvious how hard she worked. Roasted Chicken Gal was naturally the happiest. She reported to Lone Moon and created a cave abode at the bottom of the mountain where the immortal chi was thick, so that she could cultivate in peace. Every once in a while, she would go over to check on her. Feng Ying, on the other hand, was hopping mad. He felt like he had a fake girlfriend. 2 months later, later plant radish in the southeast corner of the back mountain. I've reserved a spot. The biggest pit is there. Lone Moon waved his sleeves and threw a flower pot as tall as a person in front of Shining. In the middle of the flower pot was a green radish. It was rolling its leaves and playing with the stones around it out of boredom. Each stone was aimed in Lone Moon's direction. Unfortunately, they were all blocked by the array outside the pot. Why? Shining finished the last mouthful of rice and looked at the flower pot on the ground. Didn't Radish have its own pit in the back mountain? Its previous pit was too far away. Now, plant it on the immortal meridian. This way, those immortal herbs will grow faster. The immortal herb seeds that Wu Lai and Biao Ting sent over previously had already sprouted, and the two celestial emperors were afraid that they wouldn't be able to grow them, so they insisted on giving them 2 immortal veins. Now that the immortal meridian had been integrated into the back mountain and the array formation had been adjusted, Radish naturally had to switch to another pit. That's so troublesome. Why do I have to go? Shining immediately felt her entire body aching. If you don't go, will Radish stay there obediently? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Why didn't she think about who had spoiled Radish so much? Why was a vegetation spirit with a pure heart becoming more and more like a delinquent? Immortal plants take at least 1,000 years to grow, and at most 10,000 years to grow. If we don't speed up the ripening of the radish, when will we be able to use it to refine pills for money? Shining replied in a small voice, do we still need to grow grass to earn money? Didn't they earn a lot a while ago? You don't need it. Lone Moon exploded instantly. He stood up and slammed the table. We really don't need it, but you should stop picking people up from the sect. He turned and pointed angrily at Lan Hua, who was sitting on the right. Forget about Xian Tong. What's going on here? Isn't he a demon? Why is he still here? And he's even freaking eating at our table. Do you know that immortals and demons can't coexist? Don't mind the details. Details my ass. As a demon, not only did Lan Hua not hide from immortal cultivators, he even dared to openly eat at an immortal sect. The key was that the entire sect, from the sect master to the disciples guarding the mountain, did not react at all. It was as if this was a very normal thing to do. Flip's table. They were a proper immortal sect, all right. Weren't you the ones who kidnapped me in the beginning? Why did you have to drag me to the heavens beyond heaven? Lan Hua snorted coldly. Humph. If not for this, who would want to stay here? Then leave. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at him. First, we didn't kidnap you, and second, we didn't drag you. It's already been a few months. Why are you still here to freeload? Lan Hua stiffened, as if only just realizing that he was already free. He did not know why he was still here and not leaving. Moreover, when it was mealtime, he inexplicably started eating with good heart. But the thought of leaving made him suddenly unable to move. After a long while, he squeezed out an excuse. My good heart is here. Of course I can't leave. What if something happened to her? Bullshit. Lone Moon glared at him. Weren't you very happy when you left? Who was the one who hid in the willow forest back then? All right, Dad wins. Lone Moon glanced at the 2 good-for-nothings on the table. After a long while, he said word by word, our invincible sect does not keep useless people. If you stay, you have to do things. Including the mascot. Understand? Yes, yes, yes. The 2 nodded perfunctorily and continued to eat calmly, not caring whether the bowls were empty or not. Seeing that the 2 still did not move, Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Yu Hong, call back the disciple who went to the immortal city to buy vegetables. As soon as he finished speaking, the person who was still eating stood up immediately. Don't worry, Father Nyo. Leave the radish to me. I will definitely grow it to wealth, to standards, and to characteristics. With that said, with a swoosh, she picked up the flower pot on the ground and went to the back of the mountain. Lone Moon then turned to look at the person who was left alone beside him. I'm going to do things too. Lan Hua immediately raised his claws. So, as an all-rounder, the former celestial emperor Lan Hua. In the short span of a day, he was watched by Lone Moon to set up a protective mountain array, as well as hundreds of arrays all over the sect. He refined 3 batches of regular pills and 2 immortal artifacts. He was completely exhausted. Only when he lay on the bed did he remember something. Wait. The person watching him was not that pervert I Ching. Why did he have to be so obedient? Late at night. A round white ball of fur passed through the front hall and went straight in a certain direction in the side hall. It stopped outside the window of a small independent building. It jumped onto the windowsill, its 2 furry tails hanging below the windowsill. The little white animal gently opened the window. Its black eyes turned and carefully scanned the inside of the house. Suddenly, it fixed its eyes on a wooden table not far away. Its eyes immediately widened and it let out an excited cry. Coo! Just as it let out a cry, it immediately covered its mouth with its front paw. It panted soundlessly and looked around cautiously. After a while, as if seeing that no one had discovered it, it then stretched out a slender tail towards the direction of the wooden table. There was only 1 lamp on the table. At this time, it had already burned out. It looked like it was made of jade. There were white and green patterns floating on it. Even in this dark night, the lamp still emitted a faint glow. The little white animal tried its best to stretch out its tail, but the wooden table was at the other end of the house. There was a long distance between them. It could not reach it all. It seemed to be a little anxious. One of its tails swayed back and forth impatiently. After a while, it seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, it spoke the human language and softly chanted a spell. For a moment, its originally fat tail began to thin and elongate. It was a full 2 times longer than before and had successfully reached the wooden table. However, it was still not enough to roll up the lamp. Only the fine fur on its tail could reach a little bit of the lamp wall. Half of its body had already crawled through the window. Seeing that it still could not reach the lamp, its entire fur trembled. It simply stretched out its other tail and opened its mouth to bite down hard on the tail. Red blood immediately gushed out and flowed onto the tail. The other tail also began to stretch and elongate, even longer than the previous one. The little white animal was so happy that it forgot to stop its bleeding. It directly extended its long tail towards the lamp and was about to reach it. Shining, who was sitting at the table, in the next moment, she reached out and silently moved the lamp in the center of the table an inch further. It's hot, Shining explained in a serious manner. You. White Fur was shocked. The fur on its body instantly stood up. A female voice sounded, "Why are you here? Since when was there someone in the house?" It actually did not notice at all. The little white animal's face was full of panic. It seemed to have thought of something and suddenly bared its teeth at her fiercely. "Give me the lamp." With that said, there was a flash of red light on its body. Its 2 tails once again grew wildly. Together with Shen Ying's hand, they wrapped around the lamp layer by layer. It turned around and wanted to escape through the window. It pulled with all its might, wanting to drag the person and the lamp away. However, before it could jump off the windowsill, it found that it could not move. How was this possible? It immediately chanted a wind spell and used 10 times its strength to pull, but it still couldn't move it. Instead, there was a tearing pain at the root of its tail. Its entire body was in pain. Shining looked at her hand that was wrapped into a ball by the tail and frowned in disgust. So hairy. She subconsciously raised her hand and gently pulled. White Hair, who had been unable to move for a long time, was instantly pulled back. His 4 claws were still gripping the windowsill, and with a rumble, he was pulled into the house along with the windowsill. It rolled to Shen Ying's feet and fainted. Shen Ying, this was a midnight snack that the sect let loose. 10 minutes later. Demon. Lone Moon, who heard the commotion and rushed over, picked up the little white animal on the ground. It's a level 2 demon. What happened? He turned to look at Yu Hong. How did such a weak demon break into the invincible sect? It could even make its way into Shen Ying's room. I don't know either. Yu Hong shook her head. Could it be that none of you discovered such an obvious demon? Lone Moon suddenly had some doubts about the effectiveness of the new array set up by the sect. There are many animals raised by the disciples in the sect. I don't know when a demon sneaked in. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Aren't the animals you raise unintelligent poultry? Don't think that I don't know. The animals they raised were all meat dishes that they prepared for Shening when he deducted their food allowance. This is obviously a fox. A two-tailed spirit fox. Fox. Yu Hong paused. She looked at the round body. No wonder no one had discovered it. I thought it was a rabbit demon. See you, I thought it was a goat demon. Bitao, I thought it was a pig demon. Shening, it looks meaty. I Ching, master, should I go get the knife now? Hey, that's enough. Lone Moon glared at them. We haven't even started asking. Is there anything else in your heads besides eating? What's more, the intelligent demons in the immortal realm were either spirit pets or relatives of demon immortals. One look and you could tell that it had an owner. Lone Moon stepped forward and conjured a spell to wake the fox demon on the ground. Where did you come from? Why did you steal this lamp? Lone Moon pointed at the jade lamp on the table. The fox demon was still confused. It shook its head and looked at the lamp on the table. Its eyes widened. Lamp. My. It suddenly pounced on the jade lamp. Its two front paws were wrapped tightly around the lamp. Before it could pick it up, it screamed and released its paws. The fur on its front paws turned yellow and a burning smell wafted through the air. Shening. I already said it's hot. Do you want to braise it? Steaming it would be better. Lone Moon frowned. He trapped the fox demon within a 1-meter radius and asked again, tell me the truth. You're a fox demon with a wind spirit root. Why did you steal this lousy lamp? The fox demon seemed to have finally understood its situation. It looked at the group timidly and curled up into a ball. It did not answer but kept glancing at the lamp on the table. You don't want to tell me. Lone Moon's expression darkened. If you don't want to tell me, I'll talk to your owner. With that said, he conjured a spell and waved it at the fox. Whether it was a spirit pet or a demon immortal's relative, all demons in the immortal realm that had not become immortals had a contract to prevent them from being accidentally hurt. It was not difficult to find out which fox it belonged to. The white fox shuddered. It seemed to have seen through Lone Moon's plan. It hurriedly cried out, No. No, this has nothing to do with my owner. I came to steal the lamp myself. Don't look for him. Then what's the point of stealing this lamp? I. Its voice grew weaker and weaker. It trembled even more, but it could not come up with a reason for a long time. Yu Hong, go to the back hall and call Lan Hua over. Lone Moon could not be bothered to listen to the fat fox. He turned and instructed Yu Hong. This lamp was one of the immortal artifacts that Lan Hua had taken out previously. He did not know what it was, so he left it in Shen Ying's room for her to use as a light source. Now it seemed that this lamp had other uses. This is the spirit convening lamp. Lan Hua explained. Spirit convening lamp. What did that mean? It's used to gather remnant souls, Lan Hua said nonchalantly. It's not usually used. Unless someone's soul is missing, then they would need this lamp. But this lamp can only gather remnant souls of mortals. If an immortal is seriously injured, his soul cannot be summoned back. At most, he can summon back a part of his primordial spirit. There's actually an immortal artifact that can repair souls. Lone Moon was a little surprised. Chapter 185. Great Immortals, please lend me this lamp. Seeing that everyone already knew what the lamp was for, the fox demon began to plead. I promise to return it in 10 days. Please. Whose primordial spirit do you want to use this lamp to mend? Lone Moon frowned. I. The fox demon subconsciously raised his head to look at Lan Hua. His face was filled with hesitation as he looked around guiltily. Lone Moon was not in the mood to wait for her to make up stories. He conjured a spell and waved it at her. Don't. The white fox tried to stop him, but it was too late. A moment later, a seal appeared on the fox demon's pure white fur. The words Xan Han were written on it. The white fox's face turned pale. Xan Han. Who? Lone Moon turned and asked, has anyone heard of this name? Everyone shook their heads, confused. The white fox on the ground paused. Then, her eyes lit up with joy. She heaved a sigh of relief. Lan Hua, you're the oldest here. Have you heard of this name? Lone Moon turned to Lan Hua. What the hell was the oldest? This name sounds familiar. Xan Han. Xian. He thought hard for a long time, then shook his head. I can't remember. What's the point of keeping you around? You were once an emperor. Lone Moon rolled his eyes and frowned. This matter was a little difficult to handle. He could only wait until tomorrow to ask the newly appointed country monarch Sun. But there's someone who should know. Lan Hua suddenly thought of something and suggested. Who? Wait a minute. I'll call him over. He rushed out like the wind. Less than 2 minutes later, he returned dragging a man dressed in blue. He said confidently, it's him. Exalted Goddess Shin, fellow immortals, long time no see. Chu Xian smiled awkwardly. Lone Moon, Shining, Iching, explain. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and resisted the urge to punch someone. He grabbed Lan Hua and asked, where did this person come from? Wasn't he locked up by Chingu? Why was he here? I just popped out tonight. Lan Hua looked aggrieved. When he returned to his room at night, this guy came. Wasn't it too late to chase them out? Fellow immortal Lone Moon, you've misunderstood, Chu Xian immediately explained. I did not escape. It was Chingu, that bastard. He released me on his own accord. He Chuan paid the price and promised not to be enemies with Feng Tsang. So, the matter with the immortal execution array is over. Let bygones be bygones. Since Celestial Emperor Lan Hua had been found, he would have plenty of opportunities to repay his kindness in the future. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't have come this way. He glanced at Shining, who was squatting on the ground and plucking the white fox's fur from time to time. Instinctively, he hid behind Lan Hua, his body aching. So. Lone Moon's face was still full of disdain. He turned to glare at Lan Hua. What does this have to do with you being here? Here comes another freeloader. Lan Hua subconsciously averted his gaze. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. He came on his own. I'm here to look for Moss. Celestial Emperor, Chu Xian said in a low voice. That day in the Meru realm, there were many things I did not have time to say, so. How long do you intend to stay here? 2, 3 days. Or a few months. It depended on the Celestial Emperor. Get lost. The two of them shouted together. Lan Hua, Chu Xian, did they think the invincible sect was a shelter? Why did they all come here? It was not enough for a demon to come here. Now they had to deal with a celestial emperor from a hostile continent. If this went on, they would become the target of everyone. Father Nyo, you're a guest. Don't mind the details. Shining stood up and patted Father Nyo's shoulder. She turned to Chu Xian and asked, "Did you bring immortal stones?" Ha! Chu Xian paused. He did not understand what she meant, but he still took out a few bags of immortal stones from his storage bag and handed them over. I did bring a few bags. You should have said so earlier. Shen Ying's eyes lit up. So many. She hurriedly took the bags and handed them all to Lone Moon. Lone Moon's expression softened a little. Ahem, not tonight. You must leave tomorrow. On account of the accommodation fees. Chu Xian, why did he feel like he was being robbed? Xan Han. Chu Xian, who knew about the fox demon, was shocked. Of course I know her. Isn't that Yishui? Yishui continent. Lone Moon was shocked too. Is Xian Han the name of the Yishui celestial emperor? That's right. Chu Xian nodded. Don't you know? Wasn't this common knowledge in the immortal world? The new immortal team expressed that they really did not know. Yishui is Xian Han's territory. Chu Xian nodded and looked at the fox demon on the ground. He frowned and said, but he's a strange person. He's cold and hard to get along with. He doesn't interact with people from other continents. I've only seen him a few times. Among the 10 celestial emperors, only Chen Gu, that smooth talker, is on friendly terms with him. So this fox was the celestial emperor's spirit pet. Lone Moon looked down at the round little animal on the ground. No wonder it could grow to such a size. Since you're the celestial emperor's spirit pet, what's the point of stealing the spirit convening lamp? Lone Moon continued to ask. The fox demon was still curled up into a ball, with no intention of answering. If you don't tell us, we'll have to send you to the heavens beyond heavens and ask Celestial Emperor Xian Han in person. No. The white fox panicked. Suddenly, it pounced at Lone Moon, trying to break out of the array. But it was just a little fox demon that could not even transform. How could it possibly break out of Lone Moon's array? In an instant, it was bounced back, and its body was charred by the array. The white fox was roasted black, and it was completely sprawled on the ground, unable to move. It could only let out a series of low whimpers. Lone Moon conjured a sleeping spell to make the fox demon faint. Since it was the Celestial Emperor's spirit pet, he could not hurt it too badly. No matter why it stole the lamp, he would find out once he asked Xian Han. It looks like we won't be able to get an answer anytime soon, Lone Moon instructed. Yu Hong, lock the fox demon in the array at the back of the mountain. Yes. We'll find a time to send it back to Yi. Wait. Halfway through his sentence, his expression darkened. Shining, put down the fox's claws. I told you not to eat them. Che your ass. Are you from Guangdong? Wait. Not even your tail. Damn it. It looked like he had to send this fox that could not transform away as soon as possible. Immediately. Father Nyo and Yi Qing had gone to the heavens beyond heavens to send the fox. They were in such a hurry because the fox demon had gotten into trouble again in the middle of the night. It wanted to escape, but it triggered the Meridian Protection Array at the back of the mountain and became a roasted fox. If Radish had not been nearby and fed it a few immortal herbs, it would probably have died. This fat fox was too troublesome, but it refused to say anything. To prevent it from tormenting itself to death, Lone Moon had no choice but to head to the heavens ahead of time. He did not know Celestial Emperor Yi Water's personality. To prevent any accidents, he dragged Yi Qing along. Without the two parents around, the entire invincible sect was completely free. They stopped working and planting immortal herbs. The entire sect began to study the 101 ways to cook for the sect master. Shining was hesitating about whether to organize a cooking competition or something when the fox demon that Father Nyo had taken away suddenly returned. And with a splat, it fell into the courtyard of the back hall, smashing through the roof and falling straight into the big pot that Chef did not allow anyone to touch. Shining, everyone outside the house, so, it wanted to be an ingredient. It really was a fox with a goal. Just as Shining was thinking about whether to grant it its wish, the whole fox suddenly climbed out of the pot. Its two claws hooked onto the corner of her clothes. With an anxious female voice, it said, "Sect Master Shin, your disciple has been taken away by a demon immortal." This was a pig demon, right? What happened? Lan Hua was the first to react. He picked up the fox demon from the ground. "How did you come back?" "And it was alone." "Where are the others?" We met a demon immortal on the way." The fox demon trembled and said in a panic, "They fought, and were taken away. They saw that I was also a demon, so they did not touch me." "You, quickly go and save them." Demon immortal. Chu Xian frowned and said disdainfully, "How does Chen Gu manage Feng Cang? Even demon immortals can come and go as they please." Shining frowned and did not speak. Instead, the fox demon said anxiously, "It was not easy for me to escape and inform you. Those two demon immortals are very powerful. You'd better prepare well before you go and save them." "Where were they taken?" Lan Hua asked. I don't know." The fox demon shook its head. "I only saw them heading south." South. Chu Xian thought about it carefully. Then they should have gone to another continent. Shen. Exalted goddess, demon immortals and us immortal cultivators have never been on good terms. The elders of the sect have been taken away. We'd better hurry, or else. There's no rush. Shining suddenly turned and sat down lazily on the chair. She looked down at the fox demon and said, "You said that Father Nyo and Chef were both taken away by demon immortals?" "Yes." The fox demon nodded. "I saw it with my own eyes. Hurry and go and save them before it's too late. No matter how anxious we are, we have to get to the bottom of this." Shining remained calm. "Let me guess. Both of them are young emperors. The demon immortals who captured them are at least of a higher cultivation level than them. That means they are at least immortal emperors. But, you might not know that they are sword immortals. Not to mention Father Nyo, even 10 immortal emperors would not be able to take Chef away." Hearing this, the white fox shuddered. Its anxious gaze suddenly turned away in panic. "That means..." Shining continued, "The person who captured them must be a celestial emperor, and there must be more than one." She turned to look at Chu Xian. "Hey! Boss Lan's friend, how many of the celestial emperors are demon immortals?" Chu Xian stiffened. What the hell was chicken oil? Still, he answered honestly, "Among the 10 celestial emperors, 3 are demon immortals. Qin Zai's Biao Ting, Feng Tian's Wu Pai, and Tian Zhao's Bai Ti. There are only 3. That makes things easier." Shining narrowed her eyes and smiled at the fox demon. "Let me tell you one more thing. Little Biao and Little Biao are very close to Father Nyo. They could not have captured them. That leaves only the last one." The white fox subconsciously curled into a ball. "The last one, by Ti." Chu Xian reminded. Oh, we don't know this person. It doesn't make sense that they would come to capture us without any grudges. So those people could only be coming for you. She looked down at the fox demon and continued, a group of demon immortals came specially to find you. They could have captured Chef and Father Nyo, but you managed to escape. This doesn't make sense, unless... Her expression darkened. You are in cahoots with them. You are a fox demon who failed to steal something and was severely injured. You did not escape in the face of danger, but came back to report. Even Radish can see that you have other motives. You just reminded us to be fully prepared before we go rescue them. The more prepared, the better. Ordinary immortal artifacts won't do. It's best to bring 1 or 2 divine artifacts. For example, the spirit convening lamp. The fox demon trembled even more violently. His entire body arched, as if he was going to rush out the next moment. Shining squatted down and leaned in close to the fox demon. She said word by word, little animals that lie will be roasted. Fox, everyone, tell me, what happened to the 2 of them? The fox demon did not answer. Instead, he suddenly lowered his body and turned around, trying to escape. Lan Hua, who was at the side, waved his hand and sent a wave of demonic chi towards the fox demon. The fox demon fell to the ground and began to struggle. Let me go, let me go. I'm not lying to you. They were indeed captured. I just want that lamp. I just want that lamp. But no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the demonic chi. Instead, his pure white body was covered in bloody marks. Only then did he stop struggling. As if he had accepted his fate, he sounded like he was about to cry. Please, lend me the lamp. I won't tell anyone what happened here. I'll pretend that nothing happened. If you don't believe me, you can kill me after this. I just want to borrow that lamp to save people. Boo-hoo. I beg you. What did we do? Shining frowned. What did he mean? I won't tell. Really, really. Tell me, what happened here? Tell me. The fox demon looked up and said weakly, you are harboring demons. Shining, the sheltered Lan Hua. Air. So this was why he refused to say why he stole the lamp last night. The point was, this was a little hard to explain. Shining suddenly understood why Father Nyo was so against Lan Hua freeloading. Forget it. I'll go find the 2 of them first. Everything else could wait for Father Nyo to return. Good, the person who is harboring them stays. Lan Hua, I'm not familiar with Baizhao. You lead the way. Bring this little animal with you. Chu Xian, could he ask not to leave out the last word? Calling it chicken oil was better than calling it chicken. Underscore. Chapter 186. Feng Tian, Feng Luan Palace. In the main hall, a blue-robed blackbird paced back and forth in front of the boxes filled with seeds, occasionally asking questions of the immortal officials beside him. These are the newly found immortal herb seeds. Yes, Emperor. There are a total of 375 types, 100 of each. They are all high-grade immortal seeds, specially grown on the immortal meridian. I guarantee that they will sprout within 2 days. Blackbird nodded. Have you checked them? Are you sure there are no bad seeds? I've checked them 10 times. Check them again before we leave. He frowned. We're sending them to the exalted goddess. Not a single seed can go wrong, understand? Yes, Emperor. Also, change this box. The ordinary spirit sealing box can only seal immortal chi. Change it to one made of black immortal wood. Yes. Oh yes, Did you deliver the immortal meridian we talked about? Add another one this time. If it sprouts but doesn't mature, it will be terrible. Yes. Oh yes, bring the immortal aura too. It will grow faster. Yes. Be careful on the way. Don't damage it. Use your immortal chi to protect it. Forget it, I'll deliver it. I don't feel at ease. Blackbird waved his hand and kept all the boxes of seeds into a jade storage box. He picked it up carefully and prepared to leave. An immortal official hurriedly ran in. Emperor Tenchu's Emperor by requests and audience. By T. Blackbird paused. Why is he here? He even chose to deliver the seeds to the exalted goddess. Frowning, he handed the jade box to the immortal official beside him and instructed him to deliver it to the invincible sect today. He waved his hand to invite the person outside in. Emperor Blackbird. A moment later, a man dressed in a long green robe with golden embroidery walked in. His face was covered with a snow-white beard, but his voice was as loud as a bell. It's been many years. I wonder how you've been. Emperor Whitetail. Blackbird smiled courteously. What brings you to my Phoenix Palace today? Although they were both demons, the Fengtian continent was mostly made up of flying beasts, while the Tenzhou continent was mostly made up of land beasts. The relationship between the two continents could not be considered good, but it was not bad either. This was the first time Bai Ti had taken the initiative to look for him. We are both from the demon clan. It is only right that we interact more. Bai Ti smiled even more warmly. That's it. Wu Hong's expression did not change as he exposed him. Did Emperor Bai really come here just to catch up with me? Is there nothing else? Monarch Blackbird is indeed quick-witted. The smile on Bai Ti's face froze. I'm not afraid of Brother Wu laughing at me. I am here today to ask the Celestial Emperor for a favor. It's about my disobedient daughter. What's wrong? Your little princess disappeared again. Blackbird's voice was low, and there was a hint of ridicule in it. The entire Beyond Avalon knew that Bai Ti had a daughter. Bai Ti seemed to be used to it. He let out a long sigh and said, "All you know is that I only have one child. She was usually pampered and spoiled, causing her to develop a stubborn temper. Of all the people she could have fallen for, she just had to fall for." Sigh, after scolding her a little, she actually said she wouldn't come back, and she really didn't. And then why didn't you go find your daughter? Why did you come to my Fengtian? Wu Hong asked. I don't even know where she is. Monarch, you must be joking. Yesterday, I saw her in another continent. I wanted to forcefully bring her back, but... He seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Unfortunately, I met two troublesome sword immortals. I almost fell into their trap. If not for Imperial Lord Jizhe's presence and the divine artifact, the divine refining bell, Jizhe would have died. I barely managed to take them down. He sighed again before continuing, but that child took the opportunity when I was fighting with them to run away again. I searched for her for a whole day, but I couldn't find any trace of her. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He glared fiercely at the small bell in his hand before continuing, I'm guessing that she must have been tricked by those two sword immortals during this period of time. She must have gone into hiding again. I heard that Monarch Wu Hong is on good terms with the monarchs of the Immortal Cultivation Continent. I wonder if you can help me ask the immortals below to help me look for her. Wu Hong nodded. This was not a big deal. But since you've already captured those two sword immortals, why don't you just ask them where they are? Although I've captured them, this divine refining bell only activates once every 7 days. I can't release them for questioning right now. As he spoke, he turned his hand and a small silver bell appeared in his palm. There was a faint flicker of fire in the middle of the bell. If he had to wait for another 7 days, his daughter would have run away long ago. That's easy to solve, Wu Hong suggested. Blackbird suggested. The harpies have a heart inquisition formation that allows us to see the memories of others when they are weak. As long as we set up this array on this bell, we might be able to find out where your little princess is. That's great. Bai Ti was overjoyed. He hurriedly handed the bell over. Thank you, Monarch Wu Hong. Wu Hong took the bell. He could faintly sense the auras of 2 immortals within it. As he conjured a seal, he asked, "Oh yes, who are the sword immortals in this bell? They seem to be extraordinary to be able to compete with you." This. I don't know either. I've never seen them before. Oh, I heard them say that they're from some invincible sect. Clang. Wu Hong's hand trembled. He threw the small bell in his hand away. Invincible. Invincible. Invincible sect. You're freaking kidding me. Wu Hong. Bai Ti was shocked. He hurriedly caught the divine refining bell. What's wrong with you? Before he could finish speaking, he saw that Wu Hong's face had turned pale. His hands were trembling like leaves in the wind. No, no, no. He must have been listening in the wrong direction. You, say that again. Where are they from? Feng Tsang, invincible sect. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck Wu Hong's heart. He felt as if his entire world had been burnt to a crisp. Pooey, he felt as if he was going to vomit blood. Bai Ti. He suddenly grabbed Bai Ti's hand and said anxiously, "Listen to me. Hurry, let them go right now. Hurry. Otherwise, it'll be too late." What? Bai Ti looked confused. But this bell will take 7 days to, then smash it. Wu Hong was about to cry. Use immortal weapons, special lightning, primordial fire. Anything will do. Hurry up and let them go. But this is a divine artifact. What the hell is a divine artifact? Who cares about it now? Oh yes, you can use a divine artifact to smash it open. Wait, I have. I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he took out a guqin and stuffed it into Bai Ti's hands. Wu Wang Qin, here. Use this to smash it. Forget it, let me do it. With that, he raised the guqin in his hands and threw it into Bai Ti's hands. Wait. Emperor Wu. That's not how you should use a guqin. Just as the guqin was about to smash down, the bell in Bai Ti's hand suddenly emitted a blinding white light. The originally palm-sized bell began to grow larger and larger. Bai Ti had no choice but to throw it to the ground. In an instant, it had grown to the height of a human. Following that, there was a cracking sound. Cracks began to appear on the silver surface of the bell. The cracks began to spread across the entire surface of the bell. In a short span of 3 seconds, the cracks had covered the entire surface of the bell. This is... Bai Ti was shocked. My divine refinement. Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud crash. The silver bell broke into pieces. In an instant, a huge amount of sword chi covered the entire sky and attacked Bai Ti. Chapter 187. Celestial Emperor Wu Hong, invincible sect has always been on good terms with you, Feng Tian. The batch of immortal seeds you provided us was really good. Shining even specially asked us to thank you properly next time. We sincerely want to be friends with you. You're right, fellow immortal. Even that child Xian Tong misses the 2 celestial emperors and wants to visit you. This is all fate. We are all in the same realm. Since we are fated, we should cherish it, don't you think so? You're right, fellow immortal. Although Invincible sect is not an immortal sect, we are still an immortal sect with principles. Our disciples are all kind and not people who cause trouble. But we are not people who are afraid of trouble. You're right, fellow immortal. Celestial Emperor wants to make friends, of course we can't say anything. But as the saying goes, cultivation is risky, we have to be careful when making friends. We can make friends that we should, but we shouldn't make friends that we shouldn't. You're right, fellow immortal. Actually, you're an Celestial Emperor. It doesn't matter if you don't have good relationships. Who can do anything to you? There's only one person who can do anything to you. Why do you have to make trouble for yourself? You're right, fellow immortal. As for that Celestial Emperor by T, Shining caught a fox demon that came to Invincible sect to steal things. We found the words Axion Han on her body and wanted to investigate. On the way there, Bai T didn't even ask for the reason. Instead, he attacked us and locked us in the bell. You know, our Invincible sect can't stand people who are unreasonable. Fellow immortal, you're right. Therefore, today's matter of breaking the bell and this battle are all because we have no other choice. Don't you think so? Fellow immortal, you're right, you're right. I understand your logic, but why did you have to beat him up too? And you even hit him in the face. What happened to being reasonable? Most importantly, he didn't even dare to retaliate. Then today's matter, it's my fault. Wu Hong nodded vigorously. I didn't know the right person and made friends blindly. Celestial Emperor is indeed a reasonable person. In that case. Lone Moon was about to cut to the chase and talk about compensation. With a loud crash, a figure dressed in green fell into the pond beside them. It was Bai Ti, who had been beaten like a dog by Yi Qing. The huge sword Qi in the air stopped, and Yi Qing's figure landed. Then, he turned to look at Crow, who was kneeling by the side. Blackbird's entire body trembled. Without waiting for the other party to make a move, he immediately raised a hand and said, "Fellow immortal, please wait. I understand. I understand." After he finished speaking, he quickly stood up and walked to the side of the pool. With a clean leap, he fell into the pool with a splash. Yi Qing, who had no intention of beating him up, Lone Moon, who only wanted to blackmail immortal stones, it wasn't a good thing to meet teammates that were too cooperative. Tenzhou, Heyun Palace. Shining was about to fall asleep from waiting. I say, that chicken, Chu Xian wanted to cry but no tears came out. So his name was confirmed as Chicken? Chicken is here. Are you sure you're leading us in the right direction? Shining looked at the sky palace in front of her, which had already been demolished. Yes, exalted goddess. I'm sure that this is Heyun Palace. Bai Ti lives here. Oh, but we've already waited for 3 hours. Will that white chicken really come back? It's Bai Ti. Bai Ti is not in this heavenly palace. Even Ji Zhe doesn't know where he went. That's why it's safest to wait here. Who's Ji Zhe? Exalted goddess. Chu Xian's mouth twitched. He pointed at her feet and said, "The one you're stepping on is Emperor Ji Zhe of the Changnuo continent. Didn't you hear from the immortal officials that Bai Ti might have gone to look for Emperor Ji Zhe of the Changnuo continent? That's why you went to the neighboring continent to capture him and beat him up. Don't forget who he is just because you don't have a nickname." Oh. Shining retracted her foot and turned to sit on a rock beside her. Sigh. How long do I have to wait? She was hungry. A day later. In the rear hall of the Invincible sect. Smoke slowly rose from the kitchen. The wooden table in the courtyard was densely packed with more than a dozen fragrant dishes. Surprisingly, Shining was the only one sitting at the table. She was wolfing down the vegetables in front of her. There were more than 10 people in the courtyard. 4 of them were sitting on wooden stools. Although they were all emitting immortal chi, their feet were close together and their hands were on their knees. Their backs were ramrod straight. They were as well behaved as they could be. They were the 4 celestial emperors. No one spoke. The entire courtyard reverberated with the sound of people chewing on vegetables. Bai Ti. That's scary. The sword immortal who beat him is cutting meat. Is this a threat? Ji Zhao. That's scary. The exalted goddess is eating meat. Is this a threat? Wu Hong. That's scary. The exalted goddess looks like she wants more food. Does she really want to eat him? Chu Xian. That's scary. Wait, why should he be afraid? Chu Xian. Why are you sitting there? Lone Moon glared at Chu Xian. Can't he tell that he's sitting at the defendant's stand? Chu Xian paused. Then he reacted. That's right. He didn't do anything wrong. Why was he sitting there? Damn. Chu Xian was used to sitting on the same level as the 10 celestial emperors. He stood up immediately and stood beside Lone Moon. Then, he threw the white-furred fox beside him onto the bench. Jiao. Bai Ti's heart ached. He wanted to hug the fox beside him. But before he could do so, he retracted his hand and continued to sit there. Tell me, how do you intend to resolve this? Lone Moon rolled his eyes. He turned around and nudged Shining. We're dealing with serious matters. Sit over there. Don't get in the way. Shining paused. She stood up, only to find that all the other chairs had been moved to the defendant's stand. There was no chair left. Exalted goddess, I have a chair here. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately retrieved an armchair from his storage bag and put it down. Please have a seat. Thank you. Shining then sat down and continued to eat without any distractions. Yi Qing, who was about to move the chair. Little b asterisk tch. Chu Xian, Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Exalted goddess. Fellow immortals, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Ji Zhe, who had been beaten up the most, tried to shift the blame to Bai Ti. Bai Qiao is the White Thearch's only daughter. The White Thearch went out to look for her because she did not return home for a long time. I met him by chance on the road. We really don't know each other well. Bai Ti. What a disloyal fellow. He glared at him, cupped his fists and said, I have indeed misunderstood the two of you. I saw Jiao Jiao in your hands and she was injured. I thought it was you. I attacked her in a moment of desperation. When I regained my senses, you were already locked up in the divine artifact. That's why. Now that things have come to this, no matter what you want to do with me, I am willing to accept it. And me, exalted. Exalted goddess, me too. Ji Zhe immediately raised his hand. As long as they did not kill him, he would give up his position as the celestial emperor. The remaining Wu Hong, He looked back and forth between the two of them. Subconsciously, he raised his hand as well. I didn't do anything. Is identical to, if fellow immortals are willing to let my daughter and me go, no matter what you ask of us. Bai Zhao will do it. I don't want to go back. Before he could finish speaking, the fox demon, who had been curled into a ball, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 188. Jiao Jiao. Bai Ti chided her. Why was she still throwing a tantrum? No, I don't want to go back. Bai Qiao shook her head vigorously. Her voice was full of panic. It wasn't easy for me to find the spirit convening lamp. As long as I have it, I can definitely. Jiao Jiao. Bai Ti's voice deepened as he interrupted her. He said angrily, "Why are you so stubborn? Celestial Emperor Xian Han will never like you. So what if you found the spirit convening lamp? It won't change anything." But he's injured. Bai Qiao argued anxiously. His primordial spirit is injured. That's why he doesn't feel anything for me. As long as he recovers, he will understand who is the best person for him. AI, you know what cultivation technique he's using. Why are you lying to yourself? Bai Ti sighed and continued to persuade her. Jiao Jiao, listen to me. Give up and go back with me. I, Bai Zhao, have so many immortals. There will definitely be someone better than him. But none of them are Xian Han. Bai Qiao's eyes reddened. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She turned and grabbed Bai Di's sleeve. Father. I beg you. Can you help me borrow the spirit convening lamp? I promise this will be the last time. 300 years ago, you said the same thing. Bai Ti's expression hardened. He looked helpless. But what happened in the end? All these years, because of a man who doesn't love you, you've fallen from a Stygian immortal to a second-stage demon. Don't tell me you're really going to throw your life away for him. Have you ever thought about what I will do if you leave? Bai Qiao was stunned. But the tiny glimmer of hope in her eyes shone brightly. Father. I'm unfilial, but I've only had one wish since I was young. I'll be careful. I'll be fine. As long as I have the spirit convening lamp, as long as. Think about it. He's a celestial emperor. Why would he need you to help him recover his primordial spirit? Even without the spirit convening lamp, he can still recover. Besides, Bai Ti reminded her. Even if his primordial spirit recovers, he won't feel anything for you. Bai Qiao stood rooted to the ground. Bai Ti's heart ached. He summoned a strand of immortal qi and sent it into the white fox's body to help it transform. A moment later, a white-robed young girl appeared beside him. Willowy eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, and cherry-like lips. As expected of a fox's transformation, her appearance was very distinctive. However, his eyes seemed to be filled with melancholy that could not be dispelled. It was as if tears would gush out in the next moment. Jiao Jiao. Bai Ti sighed and continued to persuade her. You know that he cultivates the heartless Tao and has a heart of stone. Who in the celestial world didn't know that in order to sever all relationships and cut out his own heart, he became a celestial emperor? He's a heartless person and doesn't understand what love is. No matter how much you help him, the result will be the same. But. Bai Qiao burst into tears again. After transforming into her human form, she looked even more pitiful, as if she was about to faint from crying. I can't let him go, I really can't. Father. I only have you. I beg you, can you help me borrow the spirit convening lamp? I promise this will be the last time. Take it that we're father and daughter. Before she could finish her sentence, the space in front of her darkened. She was kicked away. She transformed back into her fox form and rolled down the mountain. His unfinished words were still lingering on his lips. Girl, donkey. She rolled all the way to the bottom of the mountain. Shining, who was still holding the bowl of rice in one hand, retracted her leg and said slowly, noisy. Lone Moon, I Ching, the four emperors, everyone, wow. They did not know why the sect master had suddenly attacked them. But what's with this inexplicably awesome feeling? Shining sat back down calmly and continued eating her rice. It was as if she was not the one who had rushed out to kick Bai Qiao. She did not want to hear such a sadomasochistic story. It would affect her appetite. Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Bai Ti finally reacted. He turned to glare at Shining and stepped forward angrily. You, stop. 3 Before he could finish speaking, Wu Hong, Ji Jie, and Chu Xian, who was standing beside Lone Moon, rushed forward and pressed Bai Ti to the ground. Holy shit. Even if you want to die, don't implicate us. Chu Xian, wait. Why did he come? You, woo. Bai Ti wanted to speak, but his mouth was sealed by the 3 of them. He turned to look at Yi Qing, who was helping to lay out the dishes. Then, as if recalling something, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Although he was worried about his daughter, this was not a place where he could lose his temper. Seeing that he had calmed down, the 3 of them released him. Fellow immortal. Bai Ti took a deep breath and looked at the person who seemed to be in charge of the invincible sect, Lone Moon. I have offended you in the past. My daughter's act of stealing the lamp was indeed inappropriate. But, you have seen for yourself that this lamp is very important to her. I wonder if I won't lend it to you. Before Lone Moon could reply, Shining unexpectedly rejected him. I know that divine artifacts are not like other Dharma artifacts, but if fellow immortal can agree, I am willing to pay any price, even if. Bai Ti still felt sorry for his daughter. Gritting his teeth, he continued, if you want me to give you a divine artifact in exchange, I can do that. As he spoke, he turned his hand and a small silver bell appeared in his hand. It was the divine refining bell. However, there were already many cracks on the clock. Lamp. Before Shining could finish speaking, Lone Moon reached out and covered her mouth. Nodding, he said, all right. Bai Ti was overjoyed. But your divine refining bell is already damaged. I can only lend you the lamp for 10 days. Lone Moon continued, what's more, borrowing the lamp has nothing to do with what happened before. He had to pay what he had to pay. Thank you, fellow immortal. Lone Moon continued to discuss the specific compensation for this misunderstanding incident with the few of them. He harshly shaved off a sum of money from the 3 of them before waving his hand and letting the few bosses who had spent a lot of money leave. What do you want this broken bell for? Fenging could not help but ask. Although it could still be used, its power had been greatly reduced. Don't tell me you know how to repair it. I don't, but Sun Shu does. This divine artifact was made by his race. How worth it was to borrow a broken lamp in exchange for a divine artifact. Other than being convinced, he could not say anything else. Oh yes, what happened to you? Lone Moon turned to look at Shining. Why did you suddenly kick that fox demon? She was not someone who had so much free time in the past. Did I? She had clearly kicked it naturally. It was not sudden at all. Maybe. I suddenly understand my sister a little. Lone Moon was shocked. You have a sister. Shining suddenly trembled. Even her lazy body straightened. A strange expression flashed across her face. She lowered her voice and said, I don't think so. Chapter 189. The 3 celestial emperors left. Father Nyo had made a big deal. No one knew exactly how they talked about it. Judging from how he nonchalantly approved Shen Ying's unlimited requests for supper in the future, it must be a large sum. Father Nyo arranged for Lanhua to stay at the back of the mountain to look after the large immortal herb field. His main task was to water the immortal herbs. Perhaps it was because they had developed some revolutionary friendship during those few days in the heavens beyond heaven that Radish, who had always disliked all males, actually did not object. The two of them worked well together. One watered the herbs while the other helped Lanhua refine them into pills of various grades. The two of them managed to take care of an entire production line, freeing up the entire sex labor force and causing the disciples' cultivation levels to increase rapidly. Chu Xian did not leave either. After paying a sum of money for food, he planned to stay here for a long time. At first, he followed Lanhua around all day, wanting to bring him back to Yichuan to repay his debt of gratitude. After a few days of hard work, there was no result at all. Everyone in the sect looked at him more and more strangely. Every time he went to the back mountain, he would attract a crowd of onlookers. Occasionally, people would even cheer him on. At first, he was a little confused. Then, after spending a bunch of immortal stones, he found out from Lone Moon what it meant to be a gay friend. That made him feel terrible. What AF * king gay friend? What exactly is your sect teaching you on a daily basis? What he liked was a cute girl. Was a girl good? To prove that he was a straight man, Chu Xian felt that he had to do something. So he chose to do what every straight man would do. He bragged to the girls in the sect. Straight face every day, he worked hard to dig up all kinds of gossip about the 80 celestial emperors. He was the one who told everyone about Bai Qiao and Xian Han's relationship. The story was quite long. It had to start with the divine artifact of Yufeng immortal realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, Bai Qiao was a Stygian immortal and Bai Ti's daughter. Although Bai Ti was not a celestial emperor at that time, he was only an immortal emperor. But Bai Qiao was also a famous heavenly beauty in the immortal realm. The immortals who wanted to be her Dao partner could be lined up from Bai Zhao to Fengcang. But when the divine artifact divine refining bell appeared, Bai Zhao fell into internal strife. Although Bai Ti managed to subdue the bell and become a celestial emperor, his daughter Bai Qiao was accidentally knocked down to the lower realm. That was when she met Xian Han, who was still a cultivator in the lower realm. She had saved the damsel in distress and fallen in love with him. Bai Qiao followed Xian Han back to the upper realm. The two of them had a sweet time together. It was said that they even wanted to become Dao companions. Bai Ti did not want his daughter to marry a newly ascended earth immortal. But for some reason, Xian Han suddenly became a Xian Han. His cultivation base kept rising. In just a few thousand years, he had reached the ascendant immortal stage. Bai Ti naturally did not object. However, the relationship between the two of them had become problematic. Those who cultivated the heartless Dao would slowly lose all sorts of emotions. Xian Han's attitude towards Bai Qiao grew colder and colder. The two lovers drifted further and further apart. In the end, Xian Han decided to dismember his own heart in order to achieve a breakthrough. But Bai Qiao refused to give up. In order to save Xian Han's life, she used up all her cultivation to repair his heart meridians. In the end, Xian Han survived and became a celestial emperor. Bai Qiao, however, became a second-level demon fox. Sigh, fate makes a fool out of us. That's why Bai Qiao could not let go of Xian Han. She wanted him to remember the feelings between them. Unfortunately, after so many years, Xian Han is still unmoved by her. I can only say, they're fated, but not meant to be. Back then, many people in the immortal realm sighed. Chu Xian heaved a long sigh. He looked at the surrounding girls who were listening to the gossip and said seriously, if it were me, I would never let my woman be sad. Did you see that? My manhood. I like girls. Everyone sighed. They understood why Bai Qiao was so stubborn. After all, they were once so in love. They could not help but feel sorry for the loss of their relationship. Except for Shining, as she munched on her snacks, she suddenly said, "Chicken, is this what it means to be fated, but not meant to be?" Chu Xian pursed his lips. Could she not call it chicken? Isn't it supposed to be fated, but not meant to be? Xan Han switched to the Heartless Tao because of Bai Qiao. Now that his cultivation level has increased, the two of them can no longer be together. So, according to your logic, Shining continued lazily, that whatever Han is a retard. Ah. Ah. He was stunned. What did she mean? Where did that come from? He knows that this cultivation technique is not good, but he still practices it. Isn't that retarded? Was she supposed to praise him for being smart? That did not make sense, right? That seemed to make sense. But, this cultivation technique does increase one's cultivation level quickly. The more one cultivates the Heartless Tao, the weaker one's feelings become. What's more, he has no heart. Without a heart, he would not understand love. It's normal that he no longer likes Bai Qiao. What does this have to do with having a heart? Does it? Is it? Is it true or not? Big boss, you're right. Scientifically speaking. Shining grabbed the fruit on the table and took another bite. She continued, at the end of the day, the feelings between a man and a woman arise when they meet a specific person. Their bodies begin to secrete phenylethylamine, dopamine, norepinephrine and other hormones. This makes them feel happy, excited and in love. This is the so-called love. The production of these hormones all comes from the brain. It has nothing to do with the heart. Although he did not understand, it sounded impressive. Love or not, if it comes from the heart. She scanned the crowd. Have you considered the feelings of a patient with a heart disease? That made sense. They had nothing to say. So whether he has a heart or not, whether he is a heartless person, and whether he likes that little animal or not are two different things. Shining patted the pastry crumbs on her hands. In other words, there's a problem with your logic. That Han person did not stop liking little animals because of the Heartless Tao. He stopped liking her, so he cultivated the Heartless Tao. The crowd fell silent. Chu Xian. What did the exalted goddess just say? Why was he the only one who did not understand? But it seemed to make sense. All the disciples. They did not understand at all, but what the sect master said must be right. Thus, without any hesitation, everyone present tacitly gave a label to a certain celestial emperor they had never met before. Scumbag. Lone Moon was the only one who understood. He suddenly felt that all the heartless male protagonists in his novels were all F***king retarded. Straight face, huh? Wait a minute. This was a martial arts arena. Why was everyone listening to gossip? Lone Moon's expression darkened. He was wondering if he should increase the accommodation fees of a certain chicken who was seducing a girl. Suddenly, the ground shook. The entire invincible sect shook. A huge wave of immortal chi rose from the foot of the mountain. The protective mountain array was activated. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Before Shining could go forward to check, Roasted Chicken Gal hurriedly ran in, grabbed Shen Ying's hand, and said anxiously. Little Ing, something happened to Xian Tong. Chapter 190. This is the heavenly tribulation. Lone Moon looked at the foot of the mountain and asked anxiously, Roasted Chicken. Pui, Qingyu, what's happening down there? Nobody in the sect had reached the stage where they were about to undergo the heavenly tribulation. It's Xian Tong. Qingyu said anxiously. I saw that she was about to form her immortal bones, so I've been guarding her these few days. Just now, her immortal bones were formed, but for some reason, the heavenly tribulation was triggered. How is that possible? Lone Moon's expression changed. Even if she formed her immortal bones, she's just an earth immortal. This is not the lower realm, there can't be the lightning tribulation. There were so many disciples in the sect, and they were all low-level cultivators. None of them had triggered the heavenly tribulation when they were earth immortals. I don't know either. Qi Qingyu said anxiously. Her cultivation level is indeed just at the edge of earth immortal, but the heavenly tribulation suddenly came. Feng Ying is outside helping Xian Tong set up an array, hoping to hold it off for a while. Just as she finished speaking, there was a loud rumble of thunder. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. It's starting. Qingyu's expression became even more worried. Xian Tong might not be able to pass through the heavenly tribulation, but at this rate, the lightning would definitely affect the people in the sect. Let's go take a look. Shining got up and was about to rush down. Come back here. Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He pointed behind him and said, the way down the mountain is this way. Oh. Shining turned around and thought for a moment. Then, she pulled a disciple over and instructed, Little Green, go and get Boss Lon to come over too. Yes. Then, he followed the group towards the heavenly tribulation. The closer they got to where Xian Tong was in seclusion, the stronger the immortal qi around them became. The immortal qi at the foot of the mountain was even showing signs of solidifying. But unlike when Roasted Chicken Gal and the rest ascended, the immortal qi did not form an immortal ascension stage. Feng Ying was standing at the foot of the mountain, supporting a defensive array to protect Xian Tong. But he was not an expert in array formations after all. The array was already showing signs of collapsing. Then, with a thunderous boom, the second bolt of lightning came crashing down. The spell formation was shattered, and the tribulation lightning directly smashed into Xian Tong's body. She was not a body cultivator. Even though she was prepared, she was still struck until she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the immortal bones in her body became more solid. Little Tong. Qi Qingyu called out worriedly, growing more anxious by the minute. Moss. Xian Tong looked back, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Divine. Sect Master. After being in seclusion for nearly a year, she had clearly grown up. He looked straight at Shining, his whole body seemed to light up. Don't be distracted, focus on dealing with the tribulation. Lone Moon reminded. All the best. Shining also said. Yes. Xian Tong's expression turned solemn, as if she was filled with courage in an instant. She closed her eyes and focused on circulating the immortal energy in her body. The wounds on her body that had just been struck began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next moment, the third bolt of tribulation lightning fell. Lone Moon hurriedly set up a few array formations to prevent the tribulation lightning from affecting Invincible Sect. He also let Feng Ying out. Now that the heavenly tribulation had arrived, it looked like it could not be stopped midway. Although he did not know what was going on, Xian Tong could only deal with the tribulation. But this lightning, he looked up at the rolling thunder clouds in the sky and frowned. This doesn't seem like the 9-9 lightning tribulation for ascension. Indeed not, I Ching replied casually. The immortal realm naturally does not have the lightning tribulation for ascension. So, this can't be the heavenly tribulation of a golden immortal, right? Yes. I Ching nodded. Shit. Lone Moon was a little worried. He looked at Xian Tong, who was in the midst of the lightning tribulation. With a body that was not even an earth immortal, to withstand the heavenly tribulation of a golden immortal, even a body cultivator would not be able to do so. How long had she been cultivating? She's clearly just ascending to an earth immortal. There are so many disciples in the sect, why is she the only one who has the heavenly tribulation? Lone Moon could not understand. What happened to the halo of the female lead? The female lead was treated like this. Did the author know? Just as he was thinking, Lan Hua, whom Shining had just told him to look for, was already flying over with Radish on his back. He was originally at the back of the mountain, so he arrived very quickly. Good heart, why did you call me? Little big sister. After making friends, Radish, who had already upgraded from accessory on his feet to accessory on his back, jumped off Lan Hua's back and did a jumping motion. Then, like a bullet, he charged toward Shining. Then, he plunged headfirst into the mud behind her. Shining, who had taken a step away, calmly waved at Lan Hua. Boss Lan, come over and take a look. Look at what? Lan Hua looked confused. Everyone looked confused too. What's so good about the heavenly tribulation? He suddenly paused and looked at the person in the lightning tribulation with some surprise. Who is this lady? Why is there demonic chi on her? The others might not be able to see it, but as a demon, he was very familiar with demonic chi. Although it was very little, the lady was clearly surrounded by a faint trace of demonic chi, and it was emitted from her body. But she was clearly an immortal cultivator. Demonic chi. Lone Moon was shocked. Recalling Xian Tong's identity, he also realized why Shining had called Lan Hua over. Could it be because of this that she attracted the heavenly tribulation when she ascended to become an earth immortal? She's an earth immortal. Lan Hua paused for a moment, then nodded with a look of understanding. It's very possible. This is also the first time I've seen such a situation. By right, the two auras of immortals and demons repel each other and cannot exist at the same time. But she has both. Maybe that's why she attracted the heavenly tribulation when she ascended to immortality. The lightning tribulation should be striking the demonic chi on her body. Indeed, every time a bolt of lightning struck, the demonic chi around her body dissipated a little. Lan Hua looked carefully for a moment, then frowned and said, but her demonic chi seems to be emitted from her primordial spirit. If the lightning tribulation wants to completely disperse the demonic chi on her body, unless, disperse the primordial spirit. I Ching finished. Lan Hua nodded. Instantly, everyone's expression darkened, especially Qi Qingyu, who became even more anxious. Who exactly is this lady? Is she a demon? Lan Hua could not help but ask. Her primordial spirit was tainted with demonic chi, but her dantian was full of immortal chi and her cultivation technique was also an immortal technique. I've heard of demons falling to the demonic path, but I've never heard of demons becoming immortal cultivators. Do you have a way? Lone Moon asked directly. I do. Lan Hua looked troubled. But it's more troublesome. What way? Qi Qingyu asked anxiously. Draw the demonic chi on her body to me. He was not afraid of having too much demonic chi. But I need to come into contact with her primordial spirit in order to completely cleanse her of demonic chi. Qi Qingyu was overjoyed. Celestial Emperor Lan Hua, please save little Tong. No. Lan Hua rejected her immediately. I don't know her that well, and if I want to save her, I'll have to go into the lightning tribulation and be struck together with her. I won't, boss, save her. Shining interrupted. All right. Lan Hua did not even have time to react before he plunged into the lightning tribulation. Everyone, Motherf asterisk Kerr, he hated this kind heart. Chapter 191. Lan Hua's sudden appearance caused the lightning tribulation to strike them even more violently. But this was only a golden immortal's heavenly tribulation. To a former celestial emperor like Lan Hua, this did not affect him at all. Instead, he helped Xian Tong block a lot of the lightning tribulation. He sat cross-legged behind Xian Tong, demonic chi surging around his body. His divine perception was just about to draw out the demonic chi from her body when Xian Tong sealed her 5 senses, subconsciously preventing the foreign aura from approaching. Good Heart asked me to save you, Lan Hua explained. Then, after some thought, he added, it was your sect master. Xian Tong hesitated, then gave up resisting and allowed his divine perception to enter her body. A moment later, Lan Hua found the source of her demonic chi. He was slightly shocked. Why was there the aura of a demonic seed in her body? He did not think too much about it. He tried his best to draw out the demonic chi from her body. Although she was cooperating with him, the lightning tribulation would strike from time to time. Her speed was not very fast. But the remaining demonic chi in Xian Tong's body was indeed decreasing. They did not know if it was an illusion, but as the demonic chi disappeared, Xian Tong's immortal bones were growing faster. An hour later, Lan Hua finally drew out the last bit of demonic chi from her body. He stood up and left the area of the heavenly tribulation. It's done. He looked at Shining and said, the demonic chi in her primordial spirit has been cleared. She just needs to endure the last few bolts of lightning and she will be able to form her immortal bones. Thank you, Celestial Emperor Lan Hua. Qingyu stepped forward and bowed. Then, she heaved a sigh of relief. Xian Tong had been brought up by her. Naturally, she was more nervous than anyone else. As the sect master, Shining felt that she should express her gratitude. Elder Lan, don't speak. Lan Hua immediately interrupted. Please, every time you speak, I want to give you something. He did not want to be left with only his underwear. Shining, Qingyu, everyone, the lightning tribulation is ending soon. Lone Moon reminded them. Everyone turned to look. Indeed, the immortal chi around Xian Tong was getting thicker and thicker. The lightning tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. Even the array that Lone Moon had specially set up was showing signs of loosening. Lightning was faintly shining from the outside. Celestial Emperor Chu Xian, help me. Lone Moon turned to Chu Xian as he rearranged the array. Chu Xian was straightforward. He and Lone Moon set up the array, one on the left and one on the right. Waves of magical light flashed before his eyes, once again blocking the remaining might of the heavenly lightning outside. At this time, 79 bolts of lightning had struck down, and there were only 2 left. Perhaps it was because Lan Hua had helped her block a portion of the heavenly lightning, but Xian Tong was in a pretty good state. 2 of the strongest golden immortal heavenly lightning bolts came crashing down on her, but she managed to withstand it. Even though his entire body had been burnt to a crisp and he was lying on the ground on his last breath, his immortal bones had already grown back. In fact, because he had transcended the tribulation, the immortal energy around him was slightly denser than other body cultivators of the same cultivation level. It's fine now. Qi Qingyu heaved a long sigh of relief and exited the array formation. She walked over, her voice tinged with joy. Little Tong, little you, don't go over there. She was just about to exit the array formation when Feng Ying suddenly pulled her back. The next moment, a bolt of heavenly fire descended from the sky at a speed faster than the heavenly lightning. It struck the heavily injured Xian Tong on the ground. The system notification on Feng Ying's body also ended. Danger warning. Detected a high heat energy object approaching. In less than 2 breaths' time, the entire protective mountain array was engulfed in a sea of fire. The entire invincible sect was dyed crimson. Wildfire. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Why did the wildfire appear? Although an immortal's advancement would produce 36 bolts of wildfire, Xian Tong was only an immortal. Moreover, she was the lowest level earth immortal. The bit of immortal chi in her body could not possibly attract the wildfire. What's more, the demonic qi in her body had been cleared. She was now a real immortal. The last few bolts of lightning could be attributed to the fact that the heavenly tribulation had been triggered and she had to endure it. But what was with the wildfire? Xian Tong's figure was no longer in the flames. Even her weak aura could not be felt. Little Tong! Qi Qingyu cried out. She was about to rush in to save her when Feng Ying held her back. Wait, little you. If you go in, the power of the heavenly tribulation will double. You're only a golden immortal. You won't be able to withstand it. But Xian Tong. If this goes on, she will die. She looked anxious. Seeing that the next bolt of wildfire was about to descend, she turned to look at the person behind her. Elder Lone Moon, what exactly? Lone Moon looked confused as well. I don't know either. Where's Shining? Only then did everyone realize that Shining, who had been standing beside them, had disappeared. At that moment, in the heart of the wildfire, Shining helped up the charcoal that no longer looked human. She patted its face and said, "Hey, Shorty, are you still alive?" After a while, that piece of charcoal finally glanced at her. It seemed to have used all the strength in its body to move its fingers, and gently tugged at the corner of her clothes. God! In the next moment, its hand fell, and there was no more movement. Shorty! Shorty! Xian Tong did not respond at all. Shining frowned. In the next moment, there was a whirring sound above their heads. A huge red fireball descended from the sky and smashed directly in their direction. It carried with it a pressure that could destroy heaven and earth. The scorching heat caused everything on the ground to ignite before it even hit the ground. It looked like it was about to hit the two of them. Shen Ying's expression turned cold. The anger in her heart rose. She carried the person on the ground and stood up. Lifting her leg, she kicked the fireball back like she was kicking a ball. Get lost. You're blind. You're throwing fire at me. With a swoosh, the heavenly fire flew back into the sky at a speed 10 times faster than when it had landed. It burrowed into the clouds. The next moment, there was a loud rumble. It was as if something had exploded in the sky. The thunderclouds that had yet to disperse were instantly ignited like flammable explosives. The sky was suddenly lit up with a sea of fire, turning the entire world red. Shining turned to look at the sea of fire around her. Her eyes narrowed. In an instant, the surrounding flames seemed to shrink. The prairie fire surrounding the two of them retreated, revealing a path. Only then did she turn around and walk away with the charred body in her arms. After a while, she changed her direction and walked back to the mountain guarding formation that was not far away. Lone Moon, I Ching. The two emperors, the couple, speaking of which, what exactly happened inside just now? Why did the sky suddenly catch fire? Why did the fire on the ground suddenly extinguish? And could the heavenly tribulation be interrupted midway? Shining placed Xian Tong on the ground and waved at Chu Xian. Chicken, come and take a look. Chu Xian trembled. Then, he reacted. Chicken is here. He hurried over and performed an incantation gesture to cast a heart protection incantation on the man on the ground, protecting his heart and meridians. Then, he used his immortal qi to examine him carefully. However, the more he examined, the deeper his frown became. He looked hesitantly at the crowd, and only after a long moment did he speak. Exalted. Exalted goddess. When her immortal bones were formed, she was already at the end of her rope. She was just hanging on to her last breath. He sighed. He admired this lady's perseverance. She could have recovered by just regulating her breathing. But, she was hit by the prairie fire. Moreover, she was not prepared and the deviant fire entered her body. Now that the prairie fire has invaded her heart meridians, and she has a water spirit root. Water and fire do not mix. She cannot regulate her own breathing. The result? Chu Xian shook his head and continued, her meridians are all broken. Her foundation is destroyed. Her immortal bones are broken. Even her primordial spirit has been corroded by the prairie fire. It will be very difficult for her to recover. And even if she recovers, I'm afraid, her cultivation will be destroyed. Chapter 192. Everyone fell silent. They had always known that this child was unlucky, but they did not expect her to be this unlucky. Qingyu could not take it anymore. Her body swayed as she tried to hold back the tears in her eyes. She was the one who taught Xian Tong her cultivation. All these years, no one knew better than her how hard Xian Tong had worked. She had long regarded Xian Tong as her only disciple, but now, Lonman's expression did not look too good. He turned to look at Shining, who was standing there in deep thought. Then he instructed Chu Xian, send her back to the side hall first. Chu Xian picked up the person on the ground and flew back to the side hall where the invincible sect disciples were staying. Yu Hong. Lone Moon glanced at Chu Xian, who was treating Xian Tong's injuries. He pulled the red-robed girl aside and said, go to the capital and ask the richest man in the city, exalted immortal Xu Jiang, to come over. I remember he is a famous immortal doctor. He might have a way. Yes, elder. Yu Hong turned to go out. Wait. Lone Moon thought for a moment and added, if you can't find him, go to the war-stopping palace and look for Sun Shu. He is the emperor now, he should be of some use. Tell him Shining said it. I understand. Yu Hong nodded and flew away on her sword. A month later. Chu Xian had the highest cultivation level among all the immortals here. With him around, Xian Tong's condition had stabilized. Her injuries had also healed. Her skin color had returned to normal. Although Chu Xian was a celestial emperor, he did not know much about medicine. His only expertise was in array formations. Lan Hua might have learned a lot, but he was still a fiendish cultivator. Even if he got close to Xian Tong, he could affect her, much less help her. That was why he stayed in the back mountain with Radish for the past few days. Perhaps because her injuries were too serious, Xian Tong did not wake up. When Yu Hong brought Xu Jiang back for treatment, Xu Jiang said the same thing as Chu Xian. But after a few days of treatment, Xian Tong started to wake up. Finally, a month later, she opened her eyes. Little Tong. Qi Qingyu, who had been watching over her for a month, was the first to pounce on her. She scanned her from head to toe and asked worriedly, how are you? The person on the bed was stunned for a moment. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Her face was immediately dyed with a panicked expression. Qingyu hurriedly comforted him. You're seriously injured, you need to recuperate slowly. It's normal to not be able to speak for a while. The person on the bed shook her head, as if she was in a hurry to say something. Don't worry. Qingyu stroked her head and said slowly, with the sect master, the elders, and the celestial emperor around, you will be fine. Only then did Xian Tong turn around subconsciously. Hey, little shorty. Shining waved in greeting. However, the person on the bed trembled violently and looked at her with wide eyes. He almost fell off the bed. Fortunately, Qingyu caught him. Don't be agitated. Little Ing is here to see you. Qingyu smiled. As a member of her fangirl group, she could naturally understand her feelings. After all, she had been in seclusion for a long time in order to ascend to immortality. Unfortunately, everyone, this fairy still needs to recuperate. Why don't Shu Jiang gave the few people a look, indicating for them to leave. Everyone understood. Lone Moon nodded at Qingyu, then led the whole house of people out. Rest well. Shening also instructed. She glanced at the person on the bed who had shrunk herself under the blanket. She turned and followed Father Nyo out. Passing by the window, she touched it casually. Her hand was covered in dust. She paused for a moment, then stepped out of the room. The few of them returned to the front hall. Shu Jiang wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed respectfully to the few people. Celestial Emperor, 2 young emperors. Although fellow immortal Xian has awakened, her primordial spirit and destroyed foundation are extremely difficult to repair. I am also powerless. Even the spirit convening lamp won't work. Lone Moon asked anxiously. Wasn't the spirit convening lamp able to repair an immortal's primordial spirit? This. Shu Han looked troubled. Fellow immortal Xian's injury was caused by the prairie fire entering her body. In addition, her spirit root is resistant to the fire, so the longer it lasts, the more serious it becomes. Although the spirit convening lamp can repair the primordial spirit, as long as the blazing qi in her body is not expelled, this injury will recur. The spirit convening lamp cannot cure the root cause. Repairing it without permission will only cause her to suffer more pain. Lone Moon frowned. Now he was really sure that Xian Tong was not some evil female lead. For a female lead to behave like this, it would lower the standard of the female lead's halo. Is there, really no other way? Xian Tong was a disciple of the sect after all. If the halo of a female lead could not protect her, as a nanny, Pui, as an elder, of course he had to take responsibility. Shu Jiang glanced at Chu Xian and said hesitantly, there is one way. What way? Have you heard of the Luo Han stone, young emperor? What the hell? Luo Han stone. Chu Xian was shocked. You mean Yishui Axian Han's Luo Han stone? That's right. Shu Jiang nodded. It's Celestial Emperor Axian Han's divine artifact, the Luo Han stone. Since the Celestial Emperor of Hechuan was here, perhaps they could really borrow it. It is said that this item is the coldest thing in the world. It can freeze the sea in an instant. It is the nemesis of the blazing qi in fellow immortal Xian's body. We can draw it out of her body and then repair her foundation. Celestial Emperor Axian Han. Lone Moon frowned. He did not expect to be brought back to this scumbag again. Previously, it was the fox demon who borrowed the spirit convening lamp to save him. This time, it was their turn to borrow the Luo Han stone. What goes around comes around. Thank you, exalted immortal Shu. Lone Moon bowed to Shu Jiang. Young Emperor, you are too kind. Shu Jiang hurriedly returned the bow. After some thought, he added, oh yes, fellow immortal Xian's condition is inconvenient for her to move. It would be best if you could borrow the Luo Han stone. Also, this cannot be delayed. Otherwise, even if the blazing qi is removed, it will be difficult to repair her foundation. Alright, we'll remember that. Lone Moon nodded. Shu Jiang gave a few more instructions, then continued to look at Xian Tong in the side hall. It looks like we have to make a trip there. This matter cannot be delayed. Shening, we are now. Shening. Shening. Hey. Lone Moon pushed the person next to him who was still holding the fruit. Ha. Shening faltered. She lost her grip on the fruit and dropped it. Yi Qing, who was beside her, hurriedly handed her a new one. What are you doing? Why are you in a daze? Lone Moon glanced at her, confused. She even forgot to eat the fruit. How rare. What's wrong with you these few days? I feel like you've been acting strange since the day of Xian Tong's heavenly tribulation. Master. I Ching looked over worriedly. Your appetite these few days has also decreased by 1%. Do you have to be so precise? Straight-faced Lone Moon seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened. You didn't find out anything else, did you? Not really. Shining tilted her head. A moment later, she sat up straight and looked at the two seriously. Chef, Father Nyo. Don't you think? Wait. Lone Moon suddenly raised his hand and gestured for her to stop. Don't say it now. Ha. Why? Lone Moon said seriously, every time you speak seriously, I feel like I have to add an epiphany buff. We still have to rush to Yi Shui. We don't have time to pause. We'll talk about it when I'm ready. I Ching, Chu Xian, Shining. Son of AB *TCH. Chapter 193. The Yishui continent was in the northernmost part of the immortal realm. It was different from Fengcang, where it was spring all year round. It was a snow-white world of ice and snow. Along the way, they saw very little green. Apart from the snow, there was only the boundless sea beside them. Because they were in a hurry to save someone, the three did not linger on the continent. They headed straight for the heavens beyond heaven's Yishui palace. Along the way, they did not see many immortal officials. It was rather quiet. With the pass that Chu Xian gave them, they arrived at the heavenly palace's entrance without any obstructions. After a brief explanation of their purpose to the immortal official, someone went in to inform the immortal official. Not long after, someone came out to greet them and greeted them. The Celestial Emperor invites you in. Without another word, he led them towards the main hall. There was a person sitting in the hall. He was dressed in white, and his long hair was tied up high. His angular face looked very righteous, but his eyes were as cold as ice. It was as if one look at them would cause ice and snow to float out. He did not have the slightest bit of humanity, only a coldness that came from his bones. From his aura, he must be the Celestial Emperor, Xian Han. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. The three bowed politely. The person above glanced at the three of them, his eyes still emotionless. After a while, he opened the door and said in a cold tone, You are from Invincible Sect. That's right. Lone Moon habitually put on a businesslike expression. Xian Han seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and said coldly, I remember. I sent someone to send the spirit convening lamp back to Fengcang. Celestial Emperor, you misunderstand. We have indeed received the lamp. Lone Moon continued, We are not here to ask for the spirit convening lamp. Oh. Why is that? Lone Moon smiled even more warmly. It's like this. One of our disciples had some problems during his tribulation, causing the chi of the flames to enter his body. We thought of many ways but could not get rid of it, so... You want to borrow the Luo Han stone? Xian Han said directly. His voice was still cold, but his brows furrowed. That's right, we are here for the Luo Han stone. Lone Moon had already guessed that it would not be so easy to borrow it. He tried his best to calm his tone and said seriously, I also know that this is a divine artifact, but we are eager to save people. As long as the Celestial Emperor agrees, we are willing to exchange the divine refining bell for it. If the Empyrean Lord is worried, we can go together. As he spoke, he raised his hand and a small bell covered in cracks appeared in his hand. He had been too busy these few days and had not had the time to send it to Sun Shu for repairs. He wouldn't feel the pinch even if he gave it away. Xian Han's expression did not change. He glanced at the divine refining bell in Lone Moon's hand. A moment later, he continued, everyone lent me the spirit convening lamp to help me recover my primordial spirit. I should agree to all kinds of requests, and the Luo Han stone is indeed in this heavenly palace. It's just that, it's not convenient to lend it to you. What do you mean by that, Celestial Emperor? Lone Moon paused. If he wanted to borrow it, he wanted to borrow it. If he didn't want to borrow it, he didn't want to borrow it. What did he mean by it being inconvenient? Xan Han's frown deepened. His expressionless face darkened. Suddenly, he sighed and stood up. As he turned and walked towards the back of the palace, he said, everyone, follow me and you will understand. Lone Moon and the others exchanged a look and followed him. Xan Han led them through a sea of clouds towards an independent immortal palace. As he flew on his sword, he explained to them. That day, I was still recovering from my injuries. Fairy Baichao brought the spirit convening lamp. My primordial spirit was at its most unstable. To stabilize my primordial spirit, she forcibly lit the spirit convening lamp and used the soul subduing technique. So. He waved his hand and the doors of the immortal palace opened automatically. A gust of cold white qi rushed towards them. Even Lone Moon and I Ching, who were young emperors, could not help but be shocked by the cold qi. The inside of the immortal palace was already snow-white, and the ground inside was covered with thick ice. A person lay on the platform in the middle of the layer of ice. She was dressed in a pink fairy dress and seemed to be asleep. They could feel a faint aura emanating from her. That's Baichao! Lone Moon exclaimed. A few months ago, she was still alive and kicking, stealing lights. How did she become like this? Her breathing was weak, as if she could die at any moment. Her cultivation level is too low. She forced herself to use the divine artifact and the soul-subduing technique. That's why her sorcery backfired and her primordial spirit was injured. Xan Han shook his head. There was no guilt or heartache on his face. Instead, there was only disapproval. I only realized this after I woke up. But I know too little about primordial spirit sorcery. I could only use the Luo Han stone to freeze her dantian and meridian so that her condition would not worsen. With that, he conjured a seal. The next moment, a piece of red jade appeared above the ice bed. It floated in mid-air and emitted a steady stream of cold qi. Without the Luo Han stone, her condition would worsen. That's why I can't lend it to you. Xan Han explained in a low voice. He helped Baichao up from the ice bed and conjured a few healing spells. Baichao, who was originally covered in a thin layer of ice, now had a few drops of water on her forehead, and her complexion had regained some color. Her eyelids moved as if she was about to wake up. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Are you feeling better? Xan Han asked. His voice was still cold. Baichao paused. You. Her voice was hoarse. Her face contorted in pain. Lone Moon frowned. On the way here, he had prepared himself that she would not lend it to him. He was prepared to pay a huge price for it. He did not expect this to be the reason. They wanted to borrow the Luo Han stone to save someone. Now, he wanted to save someone. He did not know what to say. The Celestial Emperor said that her primordial spirit was injured. I Ching suddenly asked. The two people on the other side were stunned. Even Baichao, who was on the bed, turned around. She seemed to recognize them and her eyes suddenly widened. You need to rest. Xan Han comforted her softly. He waved a hand in front of her eyes. Baichao's body went limp. Her eyes widened for a moment, then slowly closed again. She fell into a deep sleep. He helped Baichao lie down. Then he turned to the two of them and nodded. Bai Chao's primordial spirit was indeed injured. Lone Moon also reacted and immediately understood what I Ching meant. That's easy. My sex spirit convening lamp is naturally more useful than the Luo Han stone. What do you think? He took a step forward and suggested, we'll leave the spirit convening lamp here. The Celestial Emperor will lend us the Luo Han stone. When my sex disciple recovers, we'll exchange the Luo Han stone. Of course, fellow immortal Bai Chao's injuries must also recover. What do you think? Xan Han hesitated for a moment. Then, he nodded. That's a win-win situation. All right. Lone Moon turned his hand and took out the spirit convening lamp. He did not take it. Instead, he looked down at Bai Chao. Please come with us. Please wait for a moment. I'll keep the Luo Han stone. Lone Moon and the others nodded. They took the lamp and left. Xan Han was quick. In a short while, the cold chi around the immortal palace disappeared. He came out with the Luo Han stone and exchanged it with Lone Moon for the spirit convening lamp. The few of them were in a hurry to save Bai Chao. They bade farewell politely and flew out of the heavenly palace. When they could no longer see the heavenly palace, I Ching said, he did it on purpose. Chapter 194. You can tell too. Lone Moon glanced at him and nodded. There is something wrong with this Xan Han. But this Luo Han stone is real. Having known Sun Shu for so long, Lone Moon could tell if a divine artifact was real or fake. Why did Xan Han lead them to exchange the Luo Han stone for the spirit convening lamp? Was it really to save Bai Chao? It's not for her. I Ching said confidently, as if guessing what Sun Shu was thinking. The man looked at Bai Chao with an emotionless expression. Who cares? Anyway, we've already borrowed the Luo Han stone. Lone Moon did not think too much about it. But seeing this celestial emperor with my own eyes, I'm starting to believe that he's an emotionless, heartless man. Bai Chao was so loyal to him, but the way he looked just now, not only did he not feel touched, he did not even feel guilty. In fact, when he spoke, it was as if there was ice in his voice. He does. What? What did he mean? Sun Shu frowned. Although that man looked like an emotionless block of ice, he felt that the coldness he exuded was deliberate. Furthermore, Master said that feelings have nothing to do with the heart, unless you're retarded. Lone Moon rolled his eyes. Shining, don't always. Ah. Where's Shining? He turned to find that there was no one beside him. The person who was supposed to be standing on I Ching's flying sword was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Holy shit. When did she disappear? I think when we left the heavenly palace. Master wasn't there. Wait. Did she follow us into the heavenly palace? I Ching, Lone Moon, watery heavenly palace, in the ice room just now. The thick layer of ice had disappeared. Although there was still some lingering cold chi, it was not as bone-chilling as before. The person who had been unconscious on the ice bed had woken up. She pressed a hand to her chest, panting heavily. After a while, she turned to get down. Suddenly, a white light flashed around her. Ah! Bai Chao screamed. She realized that there was an array beneath her. She took a closer look and realized that it was a trapping array. Jiao Jiao. A cold male voice came from beside her. Xan Han suddenly appeared beside her and reached out to stroke her cheek. Why are you still so impulsive? The person on the bed was stunned and subconsciously moved back, avoiding his touch. She swept a glance at the person who was clearly saying such doting words, but his eyes were still cold. The eyeliner moved to the lamp in his hand, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. What do you want? Xian Han's expression remained impassive. A moment later, he said in a low voice, Jiao Jiao, after all these years, you should know best what I want. Isn't all of this because of you? Bai Qiao's face darkened. What do you mean? What's wrong? Are you going back on your word? Xian Han laughed icily. His eyes turned even colder. Bai Qiao didn't say anything, but her expression became even more vigilant. Suddenly, he leaned closer to her. His cold expression was suddenly tinged with anger. When you fell into the mortal realm, if you hadn't possessed her body and taken over her identity, I wouldn't have mistaken you for her. She is my Tao companion. You stole everything from her. After you ascended, you lied to me for so many years. Do you feel even the slightest bit of guilt towards her? I've said it before, I'm not. Is there any point in denying it now? Xian Han interrupted her. His expression became even colder. Didn't you say that you would do anything for me? Then how about you give your body to her now? What? Bai Qiao's eyes widened. Xian Han's lips curved into a smile. His cold expression suddenly became lively, as if he was sprinkled with thousands of stars. Even Bai Qiao was stunned. I found. He spoke slowly, but his eyes were fixed on the person in front of him, as if trying to read something from her face. I finally found her reincarnation. You stole her body back then. Isn't it only right for you to return it to her? You want to swap our souls. Bai Qiao was in disbelief. I only just found out that she's in the immortal realm. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for letting me know about this lamp. He looked at the lamp in his hand, then at her face again. This time, he did not let her escape. He grabbed her by the neck. You owe her. You have to repay her eventually. Bai Qiao could not make a sound. Xian Han stared at her for a long time. Then, he released her and turned to walk forward. He stopped in front of the innermost wall. Suddenly, he conjured a dermic seal. An array formation appeared on the white wall. Within seconds, the entire wall began to open to reveal a hidden room. Why did you lock me up here? An angry female voice rang out from inside. A woman dressed in emerald green walked out. She glared at Xian Han. You'd better let me go. Don't think you're so great just because you're a celestial emperor. My master is Celestial Emperor Chen Gu. If you dare to harm a single hair on my head, my master will never let you off. Little Xian. Xian Han looked at the woman in front of him in a daze. He reached out to hold her hand. But she slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. I've told you hundreds of times. My name is Hui Ling. I'm not your little Xian. And I'm not your wife. Xian Han did not get angry. Instead, he looked at her affectionately. You just don't remember. Soon, you'll remember your past life. What do you mean? Hui Ling paused. Xian Han smiled at her and pulled her back to the center of the room. He pointed at the woman in front of him. Do you remember her? Who is she? Hui Ling frowned. It's okay if you don't know her. I've cast a resurrection spell on her. Soon, you'll understand everything. He immediately set up an array around Hui Ling's body and said anxiously, when you become her, I will remove the seal on her body. By then, not only will you remember everything, but you will also be a Stygian immortal. Stygian immortal. Hui Ling exclaimed. She suddenly understood what he meant. You want to change our souls? No. I don't want to. She wanted to escape, but she was trapped in the array. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Xan Han comforted her. He walked to Bai Qiao's side, lit the spirit-convening lamp and placed it at the edge of the array. He was just about to activate his immortal spell to change souls when Bai Qiao suddenly broke out of the array and rushed towards him. A sword formed from immortal chi flew towards him. Xan Han parried the attack with his palm, but the sword in front of him suddenly changed. Thousands of sword shadows flew towards him. Xan Han was shocked. He had no choice but to summon his weapon to block the attack. Bai Qiao did not continue. Instead, she took this opportunity to turn and rush out of the door. She was about to fly out of the door. Suddenly, an array lit up, sealing the entire door. There was a flash of lightning. Bai Qiao fell to the ground. She was already seriously injured. Now, she spat out a mouthful of blood. But she did not collapse. Xan Han looked at the array that trapped her. It was stained with blood. The array had been broken. It looked like she had been secretly breaking the array. He could not help but feel surprised. I didn't expect you to improve so much after all these years. He laughed coldly and walked towards her. But, do you think you can escape? Bai Ti doesn't care about you anymore. No one will come to save you. As he spoke, he conjured a seal. A cold light flashed and a spell was formed. He was about to use it on the person on the ground. Suddenly, he felt his hand tighten. Someone grabbed him and he could not move. The spell in his hand dissipated. A lazy voice rang out. Sorry, I'm here. Xan Han, Hui Ling, there was a moment of silence. Shining turned to look at the person on the ground. She waved and smiled. Hey! Shorty. Chapter 195. The person on the ground was stunned. His eyes widened as he stared at Shining, who had suddenly appeared. His originally clear eyes were instantly filled with tears, as if he could no longer suppress them. Tears gushed out of his eyes in an instant. Shining jumped. Why are you crying? The moment she said that, the person burst into tears. Wah! Divine. Divine Immortal, Sect Master. She suddenly rushed over and hugged Shen Ying's thigh tightly. She cried loudly. Sect Master, you recognized me, you really recognized me. Wah! She knew it was her. She looked completely different now. She had become someone else. But she could still recognize her at a glance. Shen Ying's mouth twitched. She saw the look in her eyes just now. It was hard not to recognize her. Don't cry. She lifted her leg but could not pull it away. That was why children were so troublesome. It was the same when they grew up. Yes, it's Sect Master. She nodded vigorously, but tears continued to fall from her eyes. It's you. Hui Ling exclaimed. A complicated expression flashed across her face. Why are you here? Shining turned to look at her. Just as she was about to speak, the immortal chi around her exploded. Then, there was the sound of wind breaking. Xan Han, whose hand was being held by her, conjured an ice blade and slashed at her, trying to force her to retreat. Be careful. The person hugging Shen Ying's thigh cried out. Her tears finally stopped. Shining paused as the ice blade was about to land on her. She did not retreat. Instead, she raised her hand. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere, and the bright red color splashed all over the ground. Ah! A scream filled the entire immortal palace. With a loud thud, half of Xan Han's hand fell to the ground. Shining looked at the severed hand on the ground, then at the person in front of her. She paused. I forgot to grab your hand. She did not expect it to break. Why did she have to use so much strength to slash it? You. Who are you? Xan Han's face was pale. He took a few steps back and conjured a few hand seals to stop the pain. He stared at the person in front of him warily. He could not escape her control just now. She even caused him to lose an arm. Damn it. Stop talking nonsense. We have to fight anyway. It's easier to talk after the fight. Shining scratched her head in frustration. Let's do it. Xan Han's expression darkened. He did not dare to be careless anymore. He activated all his immortal chi and created thousands of wind blades. He even summoned his intrinsic dermic artifact. Humph. No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving here today. For a moment, the entire room was filled with ice-cold wind blades. They were like sharp blades that sliced everything in the surroundings into pieces. The originally magnificent immortal palace was instantly turned into flying ash, revealing the sky above. Even the ground under their feet was split open by the wind blades. With a flick of his fingers, all the wind blades flew towards Shining. At the same time, Xan Han's figure flashed, his only hand holding a pure white immortal sword. He charged towards the person in front of him. Shining only felt a gust of wind, and the overwhelming wind blades slashed towards her. However, the moment they got close to her, they dissipated and hit her body. She didn't feel anything at all, only the hair on the side of her face fluttered a few times. What kind of move was this? Why was he blowing air at her? Was he trying to blow her away? Straight face looking up at the person who was charging towards her again, Shining frowned. She took a step forward and reached out to grab the person's collar. Sorry, you have bad breath. With that said, she lowered her hand and slammed it down on the ground. Only to hear a rumbling sound, only to see a crack from beneath her feet, directly spreading downwards, the entire floating peak was instantly smashed into two halves. But she did not stop. She stepped to the side and grabbed the person who had already been smashed into the ground. She slammed him down again. Again and again, and again. History was always shockingly similar. Shining was in a bad mood. Because it was lunchtime and Chef was gone. 2 minutes later. She flung the person in her hand away and turned to the person behind her. Hey, shorty. Sect. Master. The person behind her was stunned. He was obviously stunned by her overwhelming power. She was indeed the sect master. Go and keep that lamp. She pointed to the spirit convening lamp not far away. If it's broken, Father Nyo will be angry. Yes. Shining finally reacted. She hurriedly ran over and picked up the lamp. Just as she was about to return, someone grabbed her by the ankle. Jiao. Jiao. Xan Han did not know where he got the strength from, but he raised his bruised face. How could you do this to me? She stopped in her tracks. Something flashed across her eyes. Suddenly, she smiled warmly at the person on the ground. She was so beautiful that even the person on the ground was stunned. Xan Han. She took a deep breath, lifted her leg and aimed a kick at a certain part of him. F*CKU. Who the F*CK is your Jiao Jiao? I told you my name is Xian Tong. I've been disgusted by the two of you for more than 2 months. You still disgust me. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. She kicked him again and again. Celestial Emperor Xan Han, one of the 10 celestial emperors, was in so much pain that his body curled up like a shrimp. He let out a wail of pain. Shining, speaking of which, who taught this child? Stop. Hui Ling, who had been standing at the side, suddenly shouted. She looked at Xian Tong unhappily. He's already in such a state. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Aren't you being too vicious? Xian Tong frowned. Miss, he forced me to swap my soul first. Is he allowed to do evil, but I'm not? You're willing to swap your soul, but I'm not. But you're fine now, aren't you? Hui Ling looked at the person on the ground. She could not bear to see him like this. What's more, he's only doing this to find his wife. If you hadn't possessed his wife, he wouldn't have done this. The more she spoke, the more she felt that it made sense. Although she did not want to stay here, he had not touched her in the past few days. He even went along with her. Clearly, Celestial Emperor Xian Han was not an evil person. Miss, are you deaf? Xian Tong's frown deepened. I told you, I'm not Bai Qiao. I don't care what grudges they have between them. I don't know why I'm in her body, but this has nothing to do with me. You. Hui Ling was at a loss for words. She looked worriedly at the person on the ground, but still stood in front of Xian Tong. Forgive and forget. I won't let you touch him again. Little Xian. Xian Han looked up at Hui Ling. He was touched. I knew it. Even though you've reincarnated, you still have me in your heart. He spoke with great emotion. He looked at Hui Ling as if she owned the whole world. But when he looked at her, his face swollen like a pig's head and his body bent like a shrimp, the scene looked comical. Xian Tong could not help but look away. It hurt her eyes. But Hui Ling did not seem to see it. She helped the person on the ground up, glaring at Xian Tong. Then, she said sternly, Celestial Emperor, don't worry. My master will be here soon. He will make sure justice is served. The corner of Xian Tong's mouth twitched. She suddenly remembered something that Elder Lone Moon often said. MDZZ. Chapter 196. Little Xian, you're the only one in the world who cares about me so much. Xian Han's expression darkened. You. AI. I told you I'm not. Why do you have to? No, you must be. He tightened his grip on her hand and said seriously, as long as you come back to me, I don't care about anything, so, Xian Han, why do you have to? Before Hui Ling could finish her sentence, she was shocked. What are you doing? Suddenly, the array beneath them shone brightly and a pitch-black crack appeared behind them. A powerful suction force immediately emerged from the crack. Xian Han's eyes were filled with madness. We will not be separated. With that said, he hugged Hui Ling and turned to enter the crack. The crack grew larger and larger, sucking in everything around it. Even Xian Tong could not keep her balance. She could only summon her immortal sword and stab it into the ground. No. Hui Ling realized that he was trying to take her away. Her expression changed and she started to resist. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Xian Han comforted her. We're just leaving this place. Little Ling. A familiar voice rang out. Chengu had finally arrived. He was flying towards them on his sword. He stared in shock at the crack that had suddenly appeared. What's going on? He paused and turned to look at Xian Tong. He paused. He did not know why, but his heart was pounding. Who was she? Master, save me. Hui Ling's face lit up. She wanted to go over, but Xian Han held her tightly. Celestial Emperor Xian Han, what are you trying to do? Chengu snapped out of his daze. Seeing that the three of them were about to be sucked into the crack, he conjured a golden rope to pull them out. I'm going to save you now. With that said, he waved his hand and the rope flew out. With a whoosh, it wrapped tightly around Xian Tong. Chen Gu, Hui Ling, Shining. In the next moment, Hui Ling's face was filled with disbelief as she fell into the crack and disappeared without a trace. Chen Jiyi's expression was blank. He could not even react. However, the immortal sword that Xian Tong had conjured had already collapsed. The suction force in the crack was so strong that Chen Gu had not been able to pull Xian Tong back in time before he was pulled over. Seeing that the two of them were about to fall in, Shen Ying's figure flashed and she pulled them out, one in each hand. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment Axian Han summoned the crack, it had only been 3 breaths of time. Now, the crack had closed. Sect Master. Xian Tong's heart skipped a beat. She did not know what tunnel Axian Han had opened, but she knew it was dangerous. He looked up at Shining and handed her the lamp. Fortunately, the lamp was fine. Keep it. Give it to Father Nyo later. She nodded and put it away. On the other hand, Chen Gu stared at Xian Tong in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking about. After a while, he said hesitantly, "Miss, are you all right?" Before he could finish his sentence, Xian Tong suddenly lifted her leg and kicked the area between Chen Jiyi's legs. Chen Gu was caught off guard. Although he had immortal qi to protect his body, he was still kicked so hard that his entire body bent forward. His hands covered an unspeakable part of his body. "Humph, it's all your brainless disciple's fault. My sect master came personally to save us, but she sided with that disgusting scumbag. Don't let her harm others if she hasn't been taught well." Shining, was there something wrong with this little shorty? She was so cruel. Surprisingly, Chen Gu was not angry. He did not ask what had happened. Instead, he looked at Xian Tong with a conflicted expression. As if he was still in a daze. "Sect Master, Axian Han has already escaped. What do we do now?" Xian Tong turned around, returning to her cute and obedient self. "Let's go home first. Eat first." "Yes, Sect Master." Xian Tong hurriedly summoned her flying sword and looked at Shining with shining eyes. She finally had a chance to fly with the Sect Master. She was happy. Suddenly, she felt that her wounds were no longer hurting. She jumped onto her flying sword and flew towards the exit of the Heavenly Palace. "Shorty, who taught you that kick just now?" "Sect Master, it was Master Qi." "Roasted chicken gal. Was she that cruel?" "Yes, Master Qi said that all men are bad." "Shining, why did she suddenly want to light a candle?" Shining bumped into Chef and Father Nyo at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace. Perhaps because Axian Han wanted to use the soul-swapping technique, there were not many immortals in the Heavenly Palace. They managed to get to the entrance unimpeded. "Master!" I Ching sped up. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Shining. Thank goodness he found her. "Where did you go?" Father Nyo glared at her angrily. He turned to look at Bai Qiao. "Why did you bring her along?" "This is Shorty," Shining explained. "Elder Lone Moon." Bai Qiao immediately explained, "I am Xian Tong. I don't know why I ended up in this body after the heavenly tribulation." "Xian Tong," Lone Moon exclaimed. He thought for a moment and guessed what was going on. His expression darkened. "Let's go back first." Why is Celestial Emperor Chen Gu here?" Chen Gu paused. He turned to look at Xian Tong, who was guarding him like a thief. He did not know why he had followed them. "Let's go back to the sect first," I Ching reminded them. Out of habit, he helped Shining onto his flying sword. Hearing the commotion, they knew without a doubt that Master had made a move. After all, this was Yi Shui's territory. The few of them nodded and flew away from the heavens beyond heaven. Invincible sect. Lone Moon glanced at the Xian Tong in front of him. Her body had recovered, but she looked uneasy. A moment later, he said, "Bai Qiao." She trembled and clenched her fists. They knew. Tell me, what happened? I didn't want to take over her body. Seeing that they had recognized her, Bai Qiao had no choice but to explain. That day, I used up all my dermic powers to save Axian Han. My primordial spirit was almost destroyed. In a moment of desperation, I used the soul-swapping technique. I didn't think that I would be swapped with her. When she woke up, her body was too weak. When she heard that they were going to borrow the Luo Han stone, she wanted to know about Axian Han's condition. That was why she did not tell them the truth. Oh yes, Axian Han. How is he? Is he all right? Good. Of course he's good. Lone Moon laughed coldly. He's so good that he can swap souls with his predecessor. What? She paused. Lone Moon glanced at her and told her everything that Xian Tong had told him, word for word. The more he spoke, the paler Bai Qiao became. She looked like she was about to break down. A moment later, she shook her head vigorously. No. That's impossible. Axian Han would never do that to me. She had given up everything for him. How could he only care about avenging Yun Xian and not feel anything for her? It's up to you to believe it or not. Lone Moon rolled his eyes. He had no interest in this melodramatic story. Tell me, how do I swap you and Xian Tong back? Even Chu Xian and Lan Hua had not heard of the soul-swapping technique. They had heard of possession, but it involved swallowing the other person's soul. They had never heard of swapping bodies. That's impossible. Bai Qiao lay sprawled on the ground, as if she had not heard his question. She muttered, he knew. I didn't want to possess Yun Xian's body. I don't even know what happened. That's why after I ascended, I returned to my own body. He said he didn't mind. I didn't kill her on purpose. I'm sick of these love brains. How could he say that he never loved me? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. She suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. But there was still a glimmer of hope in her eyes. He said that in this lifetime, he would marry no one but me. Yun Xian was only his junior sister for a few years. How could he have liked her? He only did this to me because he cultivated the heartless Tao. That's right. It's all the heartless Tao's fault. Everyone frowned as they watched Bai Qiao begin to deceive herself. Especially since she was using Xian Tong's body. Roasted Chicken Gal, who was standing at the side, clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles cracked. She could not help but step forward to punch Bai Qiao. I'm going to make things clear with him. Bai Qiao suddenly stood up. He must have liked me, not Yun Xian. Indeed not. Shining suddenly spoke. Everyone present was taken aback and turned their heads to look at her. What did she mean? Bai Qiao's eyes lit up. She looked like she had found someone who understood her. Little animal, answer a question for me first. What? Where did you learn the soul-swapping technique? Chapter 197. Bai Qiao paused. She did not understand what Shining meant. After a while, she said, this technique was created by Axian Han when he brought me to immortality. He wanted me to return to my fox body. That's why he created this technique. In other words, this technique was taught to you by him. Bai Qiao nodded. Then, as if recalling something, she continued, "That's because he had to endure double the heavenly tribulations to bring me to immortality. The body that I possessed in the lower realm was badly injured and could not recover. He had no choice but to create this technique." Oh. Shining turned to look at Chef. I Ching immediately understood what she meant. His expression darkened as well. "Why are you asking this?" Lone Moon and the others were confused. "Self-created techniques are not that simple," I Ching said. His sword technique was also self-created, but that was the result of years of trial and error. Even now, it was constantly being improved. His sword technique was already so good, much less an immortal technique. What's more, not even the Celestial Emperor has heard of an immortal technique like the soul-swapping technique. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. When Xian Han ascended, he was only an earth immortal. Yet, when Bai Qiao was seriously injured, he managed to create this soul-swapping technique. I Ching frowned. Unless he's a genius, or he knew about this technique from the start. Shining interrupted. "Impossible." Bai Qiao's expression changed. She seemed to sense what they wanted to say. She shook her head vigorously. "He created this technique for me. He said that no matter what I became, he would love me. Why would he lie to me? Let me guess." Shining ignored her. She continued, "You said that after you descended to the lower realm, you possessed that Xian's body for some reason. That means that only your soul descended to the lower realm. How does a normal soul descend to the lower realm?" Everyone paused. Then, they turned to look at Chengu. "Why are you looking at me?" Chengu looked confused, but he still answered, "Naturally, I enter the three realms of samsara and reincarnate as a human." That was an accident." Bai Qiao's face grew paler. Even her body began to sway. What if it wasn't? Shining continued, "A mortal realm cultivator accidentally discovered an immortal soul that had left its body and needed to be reborn. It just so happened that this cultivator knew the soul swap technique. Unfortunately, this soul was a woman. What was even more coincidental was that this cultivator had a beloved Tao companion who might not be able to survive the ascension. What do you think he'll do? Change souls." In an instant, everyone came to a realization, and their faces were filled with shock. Changing into a celestial body, avoiding the heavenly tribulation, and directly becoming a celestial. Even ascension was skipped, and they directly went to the celestial realm, and they were still Stygian celestials. Yes. Shining nodded. But this soul-swapping technique is flawed. He can't guarantee a complete success. So Yun Xian died in the process of exchanging souls. Lone Moon exclaimed. Xian Han went for wool and came home shorn. He could only pretend that he didn't know about this. Holy shit. He had never seen such a thing before. The reason why he needed the spirit convening lamp was because the soul exchange technique was flawed. Shining took a bite of her fruit and glanced at Bai Qiao and Xian Tong. I'm guessing that this flaw requires both parties to be extremely weak and their primordial spirits to succeed, right? That's why she accidentally swapped bodies with Little Tong during Little Tong's heavenly tribulation. Qi Qingyu exclaimed. At that time, Little Tong's primordial spirit was injured by the wildfire, and Bai Qiao's primordial spirit was also injured because she tried to save Xian Han. That was why the two of them successfully swapped bodies. Shining finished her fruit in 2 bites and switched to another one. She looked at Bai Qiao, whose face was as white as a sheet. Enunciating each word, she said, Back then, you did not possess his wife's body. They had been scheming against you from the beginning. The one who was deceived for tens of thousands of years was not him, but you. Bai Qiao took a few steps back and could no longer stand steadily. She sat on the ground, as if she had lost all her life. She did not make a sound, but tears flowed down her cheeks like floodwaters. Everyone around them could not help but sigh. Perhaps Bai Qiao herself had suspected this, but she was blinded by her love for so many years that she refused to see the truth. Now that they thought about it, Xan Han's claim that he was avenging his Dao companion did not make any sense. If he really loved that person called Yunxian as much as he said, how could he not have recognized her for thousands of years? It was all because Bai Qiao was Bai Ti's daughter that he pretended not to know. Xan Han was not heartless because of the heartless Dao. The only person he loved was himself. He had given up on Yunxian for the sake of ascension. Now, he could give up on Bai Qiao too. Lone Moon looked at the despairing person on the ground and shook his head. It looked like he would not be able to get anything out of her today. He beckoned to Xian Tong and Yu Hong. Forget it. Bring her away. Tell Celestial Emperor Bai Ti about this and ask him to come and get her. Yes. Yu Hong responded. Then, together with Xian Tong, they helped the unconscious man up and left. Qi Qingyu and the other disciples also left. Chen Gu, Xian Tong turned to look at the person following her. She frowned and said, "Get lost." Oh. Chen Gu turned and sat back down. Shining, Yiqing, Lone Moon, had this child really gone astray? Even the plot had changed. Where was the female lead supposed to be in love with the male lead? Why was the situation reversed? And shouldn't Chen Gu be thinking of a way to save his disciple? Why did he follow her all the way back? Well, I guess we can't just swap Xian Tong and Bai Qiao back. Lone Moon coughed and looked at Chen Gu awkwardly. He could not accept the plot. If the soul-swapping technique could only be used when one's primordial spirit was damaged, they could not possibly beat the two of them up again. They could only wait for Bai Ti to come and see what the two of them would do when their parents were present. But at least we have a solution. What solution? Shining suddenly asked. What do you mean? That Leng, it's Han, Xan Han. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Even if you can't remember, don't change it. Oh, right. If he was the one who started the soul swapping, aren't you curious why he took the green tea away? Everyone was stunned. Then, they stood up in shock. That's right. If he was the one who orchestrated the whole thing. If he was not a loving person, why did he swap Hui Ling into Bai Qiao's body? He was already a celestial emperor. What reason did he have to risk offending Bai Ti to swap Bai Qiao's soul? Master. Xian Tong said that there was a strange aura coming from the crack that Xan Han opened. Yi Qing suddenly recalled. Can you tell what it is? Demonic qi. Before Shining could answer, Chen Gu finally reacted. He said, the demonic qi coming from the crack. Lone Moon, Yi Qing, everyone. Chapter 198. Bai Ti came very quickly. In less than 2 days, he came to claim his daughter. Unlike the previous time when he was angry, he seemed to have aged a lot. He looked at Bai Qiao with a less tender and caring gaze. He was probably hurt by the other party's actions. Just as Lone Moon expected, the two of them could not be swapped back. Bai Qiao's injuries had healed and Xian Tong's primordial spirit had recovered. The success rate of soul swapping was too low. Moreover, it could not be used to locate the target. Who knew where the soul would end up? It was the same even with the spirit convening lamp. Although the spirit convening lamp could locate the target, it could only protect one person's primordial spirit from dissipating. In other words, if the primordial spirits were to be swapped, one of them would die. It was clear that when Xan Han wanted to swap the souls of Bai Qiao, and Hui Ling, he did not think of letting Bai Qiao live. That was why he forced the soul swap even though he knew that it was not Bai Qiao in her body. Xian Tong felt a wave of fear as she thought about all this. Thank goodness. Thank goodness the sect master recognized her. Otherwise, she was filled with gratitude and excitement. She turned and quietly stuffed half the room full of potatoes, sweet potatoes, fresh flowers and other offerings. Shining, Qing, Radish, in the end, Bai Ti decided not to swap the souls. He would leave the two of them in their current state. Bai Ti would bring the new Bai Qiao back. Her cultivation level had been destroyed and she needed to cultivate again. She probably would not have the chance to come out and court death for 100 years. Xian Tong, who had turned from a human cultivator to a demon cultivator, was in a similar situation. Qi Qingyu would occasionally send her immortal qi to maintain her human form. But her body was not even that of a first-level demon. Surprisingly, Lone Moon did not object. He only requested that Bai Ti, Xian Tong, Bai Qiao and himself swear a heavenly Tao oath together. They would never use any means or methods to swap the two of them back. Bai Ti agreed. As soon as the oath was made, 4 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, forming a heavenly Tao talisman on the 4 of them. Lone Moon, who had just agreed reluctantly, smiled like a businessman and turned to chase them away. Celestial Emperor Bai Ti, it's already time. Forgive me for not sending you off. This matter. Thank you for your help. You saved my son's life. Although Bai Ti had a fiery temper, he was not a fool. Although the swapping of souls was an accident, they had still saved his daughter. I will repay you handsomely in the future. After that, he brought Bai Qiao, who was still immersed in the shock, back to Bai Zhao. Lone Moon's smile grew even friendlier. Especially a few days later, when he received more than 10 storage bags full of gifts from Bai Zhao, his eyes narrowed into slits, just like Xian Tong's new form. The invincible sect onlookers who knew about it, unscrupulous merchants. He had clearly taken advantage of the other party, but he still extorted a large sum of money from them. Xian Tong and Bai Qiao seemed to be in a similar situation. One was a mortal, and the other was a mortal fox. Bai Ti did not know, but Shining and the others knew. Xan Han had said before that Bai Qiao's cultivation level had not disappeared. It had been sealed by some unknown method. She was actually a Stygian immortal. So not only did Xian Tong gain her cultivation level for free, Lone Moon also extorted a large sum of money from her and made a good impression on her. But when the few of them examined Xian Tong's fox body, they encountered a problem. Because no one could find where the seal was. Her body indeed looked like a spirit fox that had just gained sentience. It was no wonder that even Bai Ti had not discovered the abnormality in his daughter's body. They studied it for a few days but could not find the seal. One day, Radish, who came to deliver the dandelions and take away Xian Tong's flowers, suddenly said, "Hey, the seal on this fox's claws is the same as the spirit sealing contract that Brother Lon mentioned." The spirit sealing contract. Chen Gu was the first to react. That's a technique of the demon race. Everyone was shocked. No wonder they could not find it. It was a technique of the demon race. So they immediately brought Xian Tong to the back mountain to look for a certain god of fortune who had been refining pills for several months. Indeed, he saw the problem with Xian Tong's new fox body and solved it. Lone Moon was initially worried that if Chen Gu saw that Lanhua was an invincible sect, there would be some conflict. That was why he did not let Lanhua out of the back mountain these few days. But reality proved that Chen Gu had not thought of this at all. He looked at Xian Tong worriedly the entire time. He was even more anxious than the others about the seal being lifted. It was as if Xian Tong was not a disciple of invincible sect, but his disciple. Just as Axian Han said, once the seal was lifted, Xian Tong's immortal chi surged. Her cultivation level rose at a terrifying rate. It rose all the way to the Stygian immortal level. Apart from I Ching and Lone Moon, she became the person with the highest cultivation level in Invincible Sect. 8 more tails appeared on her body. She became a 9-tailed white fox. Streaks of white lightning could be faintly seen on his body. She was of the thunder element. Lone Moon's eyes lit up. He patted Xian Tong, who had already returned to human form. He said slowly, "From today onwards, I will personally teach you swordplay." Thunder element. What a good seed for a sword cultivator. She must not let herself be led astray this time. To hell with body cultivators. Shining, I Ching, Father Nyo, do you still remember that she was the female lead? Xian Tong paused. Although she was now a Stygian immortal, she still had to start practicing her sorcery. Her eyes lit up. She cupped her fists and knelt down. Thank you, Elder. Being by Elder's side meant that she could see Sect Master all the time. She was happy. Chen Gu could not help but step forward. Actually, I can get lost. Oh. A certain male lead retreated silently. For some reason, Xian Tong disliked this celestial emperor called Chen Gu. She had the urge to kick him the moment she saw him. Shining, Ching, Lone Moon, it was as if he could hear the crying of the plot. Lone Moon cleared his throat and regained his composure. He told Lan Hua that Axian Han had indeed found the answer when he opened up the crack filled with demonic chi. The bite of 10,000 voids. Lan Hua exclaimed. What do you mean? Lone Moon stepped forward. Explain clearly. It's a sorcery similar to a transportation array, Lan Hua explained. Lan Hua explained, however, it's different from the teleportation array, which requires immortal stones and has a distance limit. The bite of 10,000 voids cuts through the void and can reach anywhere in an instant. You mean to say that we have no way of knowing where he went? Not necessarily. Lan Hua could not help but pass a cup of hot tea to a certain foodie who was busy eating pastries. Then, he continued, the bite of 10,000 voids consumes a lot of demonic chi. The acid will also cause strange phenomena. We can check where strange phenomena have appeared in the immortal realm these few days and will know. Chen Gu suddenly frowned and looked at everyone. As if thinking of something, his expression became solemn. I'm afraid, things are not that simple. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.